10:30।
ओके, थैंक यू।
यूट्यूब पे तो ही रहेगा ना, और फेसबुक पे भी देख लो, उसी से एक बार दोबारा करना पड़ेगा।
अभी चल लॉगिन किया ना?
हाँ, अब चल पड़ा वो।
ये अपने इस मोबाइल देखिए हमें अब सामने
अच्छा थोड़ा सा पीछे चलो, ठीक है आ गया अभी।
ठीक है फेसबुक पर देता हूँ। अच्छा मोबाइल आपने जरूर लाया होगा ना?
इसको बंद कर देता हूँ थोड़ी देर के लिए,
हम्म,
बस।
हम्म,
अभी फेसबुक पे भी करना है। जी सर, यस नो नो हो जाएगा सर। एक उसमें सर अभी मैं कर देता हूँ, मेरे मोबाइल पर आ गया, अगर मैं एक बार कर देता हूँ पिक्चर जैसे हिलती है ना, तो मुझे थोड़ा सर ये दोनों मोबाइल यहाँ पे दोनों जगह लॉगिन है, तो थोड़ा सा दूर करना पड़ेगा मोबाइल।
बस अब सही हो गया। फेसबुक पर हमें लगा
इसी से करूँ वो खुल जाएगा ना सीधा। स्टॉप पर एक पे ही होगा क्या?
नहीं
नहीं अच्छा, इस पे क्लिक करिए, यहाँ पे दूसरे में करिए जिस पे वो फेसबुक ओपन था। नहीं ये नहीं,
बस सही हो गया।
पीछे खुला हुआ है कहीं पे देखिए, उसमें दिखाई दे रहा है ना फेसबुक खुला हुआ है ना पीछे।
नहीं
उसको माइक नहीं कर दीजिए सर।
check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Check, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 2. Hello, check. Hello, check.
हेलो, ये कहाँ से ऑन करना? हेलो, कैन यू हियर मी ऑल ऑफ यू?
Yes, we can.
ओके. Hello, can you hear me all of you?
Yes, we can.
वो पीपीटी मेरा निकाल दो.
Please start your video.
इसको इसमें वो कर देना.
शेयर करना है ना.
Please start your video.
ये डाउन.
कर लीजिए, कर लीजिए ऐसे.
ठीक है. ठीक. Namaskar and happy Earth Day to all of you. I'm really grateful that Dr. Ravichandran ji, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science, despite being busy today, has agreed to grace the occasion. I'm equally grateful that Professor Harsh Gupta ji flew all the way from Hyderabad for this event. And happy Earth Day to all of you. I'm really grateful that Dr. Ravichandran ji, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science, despite being busy today, has agreed to grace the occasion. I'm equally grateful that Professor Harsh Gupta ji flew all the way from Hyderabad for this event. And
आप यहाँ से म्यूट करो, कोई यहाँ ना चलाए यूट्यूब. यहाँ यूट्यूब किसी ने खोल रखा है क्या? कोई यहाँ ना चलाए.
Okay, so we
I must mention here that the Geological Society of India fully supported this event, and Professor Harsh Gupta ji, President, always encouraged me to go ahead, and I had his blessings. And I have no words to say for Professor Banerjee sir, who has been wholly involved in organizing this event. And we are lucky to have such senior mentors. I must mention here that the Geological Society of India fully supported this event, and Professor Harsh Gupta, President, always encouraged me to go ahead, and I had his blessings. And I have no words to say for Professor Banerjee sir, who has been wholly involved in organizing this event, and we are lucky to have such senior mentors.
नहीं रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं सर रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं सर एक बार बोलिए
Hello. Hello.
एक बार
पूरे कोई बंद कर सकता है चेक पूरा बंद है ये भी बंद कर दो सब बंद कर दो ठीक है
चलो
Okay. We are grateful to Professor Narinder Mehra, Vice President, International Affairs, INSA, who has agreed to join us despite his parallel meetings which are going on. I'm equally grateful to Dr. Rasik Ravindra sir. And this chapter, when it was formed in Delhi, I got the full support from Professor Banerjee, Dr. Rasik Ravindra, Dr. Varshne, and my colleagues. And I'm also grateful to my colleagues, council members, and others who have always supported these activities. Today is Earth Day. In fact, every day should be Earth Day. And the theme this year is invest in our planet. And what we should do, we should act daringly innovatively, and execute scientific knowledge for sustainable living. Everyone should be accounted for and everyone should be accountable, whether it is business, governments, or citizens. It is a partnership for the planet. As you know, we are holding this under the auspices of G20. So this India has the presidency in 2023, and the theme is One Earth, One Family, One Future. This is a great vision of India and Indian Prime Minister, that we think all are interconnected, interdependent, and interrelated. If you see the G20, initially it focused on macroeconomic issues, but later included sustainable development, agriculture, energy, environment, climate change. And these are the areas where I have highlighted sustainable development, energy, environment, climate change, where earth scientists play a role. Now, there are two tracks in this, Sherpa track and finance track. I'm not going into details, but what I'm saying is we are interested in the Sherpa track as earth scientists in climate, education, energy, and environment. There are 13 working groups. I'm not telling all the groups, but what we are interested specifically is disaster risk reduction working group, education working group, energy transition working group, environment and climate sustainability working group. There are different engagement groups. Science 20 is the one which our Vice President will talk in detail. But the idea here is science is the driving force for human progress and economic expansion. And the theme is disruptive science for innovative and sustainable development. There are three sub-themes which will be explained by our Vice President Insa, but I am trying to link it with earth science, that if you talk of energy requirement, earth science is very important. Whether we are talking of renewable energies or non-renewable energies. If we talk of holistic health, again, earth science is important. There is a subject called medical geology, and all of you know when there is excess of elements or deficiency in the rocks, how it gets transferred to the soil and water and ultimately humans, like there is iodine deficiency or arsenic toxicity or, fluoride. All these are well-known examples where we can do. Also, there is agricultural geology, which also can be related to the soil health and the food products and the nutritional security. Again, science and society, if you talk of connect, geology has a big role to contribute in this. For example, our president will be talking of how to develop earthquake resilient societies. And if we don't connect with communities, we can never achieve the success we want. So all these sub-themes are directly related to earth sciences. And the big picture of this is that past 30 years, whatever developments have taken place in science, I say this, in the last 500 years, it has not taken place. And the rapid development is expected in the couple of years ahead, like Chat, GPT, AI, big data analytics, etc. And if you see the discussions which are taking place, it is the UN and other bodies, they are discussing about Earth. The whole decade, 21 to 30, is international decade for ecosystem restoration. And we understand how ecosystems are important for livelihood and having sustainable living. The next important one is even ocean science is in the same decade. You see last 15 years, from 2015 to now, you're seeing all the issues focused on earth science. Oceans are also important because they give resources to us, both biological and mineral. Also, they support life and stabilize climate. And this is now degraded, and that is why UN is focusing. Now, the next one is Sendai framework. Again, this is 2015 to 30. If you see the big picture, the idea is to preserve development gains against disasters. You know recently in Turkey what has happened and how the GDP got tumbled because of this. So if we do not take proactive measures as earth scientists, all development gains will go to waste. So this is an important framework. Again, if you see in the 2015 period, new urban agenda, it is expected that around 60% of the world's population will live in cities. And how to manage the water, how to manage the sewage, and how to manage the waste. And all these earth scientists can contribute how to rethink city planning, management, and living. Again, the same period, Sustainable Development Goals, 2015 to 30. I'm talking from 2015 onwards, how earth sciences have become the focus point of all international meetings. The point here is to reduce poverty, protect the planet, and enhance life. There are 17 sustainable development goals, and if we can meet them, which is a big challenge, COVID also has disrupted the goals, then we would achieve human and planetary well-being. Again, in the same period, the three ones they targeted are to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity. These are the 17 goals. There are economic goals, environmental goals, and social goals. You can divide them, and earth science can play a bigger role. Again, in the period 2015 onwards, a big development took place is the Paris Agreement. What was done is that to ensure that the temperature rise is below 2 degrees centigrade by the end of century, or limited to 1.5. Already we are seeing extreme climate events which are occurring. Again, I am focusing on the period which has taken place from 2015 onwards. Again, 2015, there was Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Again, the focus is to develop a comprehensive plan to sustainably finance the 2030 agenda and link financial flows and policies with economic, social, and environmental concern. So you can see everywhere earth sciences or earth science related issues are there. Now, our Prime Minister and the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, had launched the Mission Life. This is a very big thing, lifestyle for environment. This is supported by the UN. And this says lifestyle changes protect the environment. You change the individual, you change the society. Society is an abstract thing. But if the individuals change through education and practice, then it will bring a big change. The concept promotes mindful and purposeful use and over mindless and destructive consumption. Again, if you see, our president made an important statement on the Human Rights Day on the December 10, 2022. Srimati Draupadi Murmu, President of India, noted that just like the concept of human rights exhorts society to consider every human being as no different from us, we should treat the whole living world and its habitat with respect. It's a very big thinking change which has occurred in the last 15 years. And the Indian president also spoke about the right of rivers, invoking the rights of the mother nature indirectly. So you see the background, how earth sciences are focused. Now, if you see the Davos report, which 2023, earlier Davos meeting used to focus only on economic issues. For the past few years, earth sciences, disasters, climate change, all these have occupied the top attention. And if you see in the next 10 years, what is the perception is 6 of them are related to environment, the green ones: failure to mitigate climate change, failure to of climate adaptation, natural disasters and extreme events, biodiversity loss and ecosystem, natural resource crisis, large-scale environmental damage incidents. So you can see where the focus is going on. Now, the big picture is protection of the earth and environment is the core agenda in many national and international meetings. The Sustainable Development Goals aims for human and planetary well-being. Now, Earth System Sciences, as Earth scientists, we can be a game changer in the success of the Sustainable Development Goals. Our actions will influence the food security, nutritional security, energy security, and water security. Earth and System Sciences will influence all the social, economic, and environmental goals of SDG. I thank all of you for patiently listening to the big picture which I had in my mind, how earth science is related to the current issues and how much attention it is getting in the world over and also in the national meetings. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you present here and online. Thank you, Bhaskar sir, for an excellent presentation on the topic in our planet, the big picture. So it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is a popular geoscientist and an excellent orator. He is none other than Honorable Dr. M. Ravichandranji. Dr. Ravichandranji is currently the Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Arts Science, New Delhi. To introduce you, he obtained his PhD degree in physics from University of Pune. Prior to the present position, he held many prestigious positions. So from 2016 to 2021, he was the director of National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa. He has worked as a scientist in Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, in the field of atmospheric science, and in National Institute of Ocean Technology, Chennai, in the field of Ocean Observing System, and Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, Hyderabad, in the field of Ocean Observing System and Ocean Modeling. His research interest includes atmospheric physics and ocean dynamics, marine meteorology and air-sea interaction, ocean observing system, and ocean modeling, among others. May I now request you, sir, to kindly deliver your speech on coastal geoheritage and Indian perspectives.
First of all, very good morning to all of you, and thank you for inviting me for this particular day, on Earth Day. All feel proud to celebrate as well as to know about our Earth, as well as to make awareness among the Earth to the other colleagues and friends. Of course, you all know that the Earth Day and today is changing rapidly. And when we are talking about the Earth Day, you can see that in all 5 spheres, especially atmosphere and hydrosphere, geosphere, cryosphere, and associated, of course, cryosphere, associated biosphere, all 5 spheres is changing rapidly. That is what worrisome for us. And when you talk about what is that is happening, is actually we are at the earth scientists, we are like basically I look at us, we are the doctors for the mother earth, like human physiology doctors, they look at our body. So I feel in the earth system also, we are as a doctor. We are not earth scientists, but we are looking at the earth diagnostics, what is happening. You see in the atmosphere, you can always see that what are the things are changing. It is very changing rapidly. It is warming in the atmosphere, and then the frequency of various phenomena in the monsoon pattern. Winds are changing rapidly. Changing means it is the rhythm is changing. That's more important. And also heat waves and cyclone intensification, as well as cyclone frequency, and much more, many things. Lightning frequencies become very increasingly. It is presence in not only in tropical region, but also in the polar region. It is happening lightning. So that much alarming happening in the atmosphere. Then we talk to about ocean. Ocean also warming. It is too much. It is acidity, and also it is a hypoxia is happening, and there is a sea level rise. So all these things are happening in the ocean side. And if we talked about the solid earth, maybe 2 components in the solid earth, both in the cryospheric component and the solid earth, maybe the earth itself. The solid earth, you all know that on all 3 poles, either Arctic, Antarctic, or Himalaya, it is crying. So these are the 3 poles are first signature, or maybe the climate change. When you talk about the first feeling or the first response, comes from this cryospheric things that is also crying rapidly. We don't know, maybe in the few decades, 2040. I personally feel that 2040, it will be a polar decade, because even though now we are telling about ocean decade, ecosystem decade, and other things, I personally feel that 2040 will be the polar decade, mainly because of consequences are having to happen. Arctic will be Arctic is melting faster, maybe in 2040, early 40. In summer, sea ice may not be there, so everybody will rush to go for resource as well as ship routing and other related aspects. And Himalaya, you know that water is depleting, water tower is depleting its resources abruptly. And in Antarctica too, it is depleting as well as in 2040s, the Antarctic Treaty is going to end and we don't know what is the consequences. So there are a lot of political imbalances or geopolitical things will happen in the 2040s in future. So in solid earth, when you talk about cryospheric is changing, and also if you take Mother Earth, it is also changing because of the landslides, various climate-induced hazards of solid earth, and there are many things are happening. All these things are happening, we know. So I think it is our duty to respond back and to save our Mother Earth in terms of whatever we can do. Of course, we have diagnosed well, but now prescription is required. So what is to be done? The prescription is simple. We need to start from simple, our individual level, what we can do, like life program, what we started by India. Simple person as an individual, what we can do. As an organization, what we can do. As a collectively, as a nation, what we can do. As a global, as a one nation, one Earth concept, what we can do. See, these are the various ways we have to contribute to the Mother Earth. And also we have to make awareness. This day's mainly purpose is to make awareness to the other colleagues and friends, especially youngsters, about the importance of the Mother Earth to have a sustainable environmental future. Having said that, just I want to make it, of course, I want to give a general thing. Of course, our Banerjees have fixed me to give one on geoheritage. It is I am very, very elementary in this geoheritage I am learning. Though I am little bit knowledge about atmosphere and ocean, something about polar science, but geoscience is very, very new to me. New to me means basically it is I am in elementary school, but I am trying to learn in that aspect. So that's why I thought it is important, this geoheritage. Especially I want to talk about the coastal geoheritage. What is in India? What are the things are there? How we have to preserve in terms of for the education purpose, as well as cultural purpose, as well as many other aspects. So that's what my talk about. I will just finish it very quickly. When you talk about diversity, natural diversity, you can broadly classify both in terms of geodiversity as well as biodiversity. That means living and non-living. When you talk about geodiversity, there are many things comes into picture. You take a in situ, it is like a geosites and geospar, as well as geoheritage element. And both together we can consider as a geoheritage. And finally, all put together non-living things, put together we need to conserve. So that's the main thing. It is a geo conservation. This is what we require. We have diversity. That diversity, how do we protect? How do we save? That is the main our objective of this Earth Day perspective also. Considering the importance of diversity, geodiversity as well as geoheritage, I think UNESCO has initiated some of the important things, attempt to establish environmental education and it framework in many ways. Especially they have instituted the Charter for the Statues of Belgrade. Under that, there are three things they have put forth. One is attitude, human attitude towards the Mother Earth or environment. How do we do that? And second one is the systematic content on environmental challenges. What are the environmental challenges we are facing? How do we systematically tackle that environmental challenges in a sustainable way? So that is the second to address. And the third one is coexistence. That is a coexistence between the environment and the human activity. How do we balance each other? We cannot resource if it is available, we cannot exploit everything. We need to take care of in the future and other things. So these are the basic three intent. This UNESCO has started with this important educational framework. Under that, if you talk about the okay, if you talk about the geoheritage, the diversity in the Earth system mainly include geological features such as rocks, minerals, fossils. So these are all we have to preserve, not only for our own system, but also to teach educational perspective. We need to have preserve, these are the geological features, and there are a lot of geomorphological features, landforms, topography, and there is physical processes what is happening that we need to preserve, and of course soil and hydrological features, and many of the assemblages and structure systems and contributions to various landscape. All these things we need to preserve in the Mother Earth. Of course, it consists of all these 5 spheres, cryosphere, solid earth, ocean, hydrosphere, as well as atmosphere. All the spheres we need to preserve in the diversity form. When we talk about geoethics as well as the areas, where are the geological features, if you see that there are various sites and areas of geological features with the significant scientific as well as educational, cultural, and aesthetic value in it. So that is why we need to preserve all the things. And if you want to talk about the diversity of the planet, and it is very important, both, as I mentioned, it is both biotic and abiotic factors, living and non-living resources, and which document our evolution of our history, so which we need to preserve. Geoheritage sites are important. It is not only for many other purposes, but also we need to have long-term health of the geoscience professionals, as well as preserve sites of geoscience importance related to earth processes, earth history, and history of geological thoughts. And also we need to recruit and train the next generation geoscientists. It is a capacity building initiative. We need to make it to show the various geoheritages and other geological features. And finally, we need to engage general public by demonstrating the relevance and importance of the not only the geology to the societal interest, but also the total Mother Earth in various components. And when we talk about geoheritage, geoethics is also very important. When you talk about geoethics, it is basically a tool for raising public awareness of issues and concerning about the political, geopolitical resources and the geo-environment. So why we need this one? Because this is basically the rational assessment of the geo-environmental status of our planet in order to take care. I think this ethics is very important. It is, of course, a combination of geoscience and philosophy and economics and social values, all inbuilt in this geoethics. So that is why the responsibility towards Mother Earth and the nature of a future generation, we need to have a conservation of this geo-earth. Of course, in this, a geoscientist has to play a major role in terms of various aspects and responsibility in it. So what are the conservation activities? Where are the various actors? If we see that, one is a cultural and science literacy, which is very important for decision makers and many other things. And of course, unsustainable mining, we need to take care of. In spite of mining is essential for our resources to need for human development and other things, but at the same time, we need to have ethics in it. And also urban development, then the deficiencies, statutory protection, inefficient administration, and smuggling and illegal collecting of geological specimens, and unsustainable tourism and lesser activities. All these things need to be taken care by when you are talking about geoconservation. And these are the various clusters of activities when you are talking about geoheritage or geoconservation. That starts from geoheritage, geoscience, and geotourism, geodiversity, park and conservation, tourism, morphology, geology, education, and sustainable development. How the various actors are interplay and which are the dominant constituents in this geoconservation, you can see from this figure. Of course, the topmost is geoheritage. So we need to have the geoheritage. Unfortunately, we are not having such an important component in policy making in our country, which we need to develop soon. And when we talk about Indian geoheritage, of course, there are many things available in Indian all around from north to south, east to west. Of course, it is a very important geomorphological features, as well as very various records of origin of evolution of life is available, and collection of various materials in terms of materials and paleoclimatic signatures we can derive from that. That is also available in various sites. Of course, it is need to apply the concept of geoheritage in a holistic way in India. That is more important. And when you talk about this, coming back to closer to coastal area, of course, we have a very long coast, and the coast is why important is it is basically the sensitivity place where all the 5 spheres working together at these places. We take it to atmosphere or geosphere or hydrosphere or some of the places cryosphere. All these things are worked together at this place and biosphere as well. So that's why we need to see the health of the coastal ecosystem, how it is. That determines the total. Suppose if you are having the health of the coast is good throughout the globe, then the entire what is called Mother Earth is happy or healthy. It is. So that is why this is like a cryosphere we are telling for the heat, but this total ecosystem, this is a sensitivity area. There are many areas which we have in our India. There are many geo-heritages places in place, and we need to protect them so that we can keep. It is basically it is an educational value. It teaches a lot more things for the geoscientists. That is why we need to protect, and we have to have a what is called. Actually, we can start some of the university in this aspect in geology. In just to point out what are the various features, just to highlight each one, but we have not very well documented. But in coastal, if you see that it starts from east coast and west coast, there are various locations of geomorphological importance is identified. Of course, we need to determine the degree of conservation or protection measures which is needed. In each place, there is a different techniques and policies need to be incorporated. That is the matter of in future policy making aspect. So start from the east coast, we have in the northern side, we have a very beautiful Sundarban, and which is the largest mangrove delta, and this is in the world. That is the biggest ecosystem which we need to preserve, and a national park, tiger reserve, and a biosphere reserve. This is a very important things which we have, and though only 30% which is of India is still a pride of India, but we don't have protection mechanism in the what is called geo-heritage way as a national park or whatever the things. We need to have protect this environment in the coming years or decades. And coming down, we have other area in the I think it is in the Vizag and other places, and many such regions have been designated UNESCO Global Geospark around the globe, and it is a sea cliffs as well as shore platforms and red sand hills, and many things are available which we need to protect in the years to come. And also we can see that Andaman area, the only active volcano and mud volcano and limestone cave of in Andaman have a important significance of geoheritage place, and it should be developed as a some of the global geopark, and we need to protect them for the benefit of the geoscientists as well as the geological things. And coming back to south, and it is I think Rameshwaram Island, and of course it is several topographic expressions, and it is having a signatures from interaction of marine and alluvium processes that's happening in this area. And along the east coast of the peninsular India, some of the narrow belts of sand dunes, everywhere you can see that, and the coastal dunes and beach ridges are present, but we don't have any protection mechanism or to conserve mechanism of such a terrain. And again, come back to in south in Lakshadweep. Of course, in Lakshadweep, we have a group of many islands and 36 islands with one of the best lagoons in the world are available. And we don't have any protection mechanism of such a lagoons in this. And also there is St. Mary's Island, which is located in Karnataka. And it is a group of islands of Udupi that are oriented nearly parallel to the coastline. That is important. Parallel to the coastline is many very rare things are observed in the Mother Earth. And it is entirely flat lying and undeformed volcanic rocks with spectacularly developed columnar joints. There are various features each one is having. I don't know how many of Indians we know what are the various geological morphological features that exist in India. And go to south, further north in the west coast, and you have a Baga Cliff in Goa, and it is a geoheritage site for Goa. Of course, it needs a lot of conservation, and there are about many small islands. You can see that 150 small islands are in Goa in around various different sizes and various geomorphological features exist. And this large number of tiny islands we need to preserve in much more closely, and we can have a various activity for that. Then we can go in the north, of course, in the if we go back coastal places in the Kutch, run of Kutch and other places, there are many features. Landforms exist in the western side as well as in the eastern coast. All these things are unattended, and it is like what is called in other places. It has been preserved in such a way it has become a heritage site. But unfortunately, in India, we don't have a policy mechanism to preserve such a long heritage sites. And one of the important things, of course, in the Kerala things, which you all know, that the Cliff Geoheritage Site, it is recognized as a National Geological Monument, and it is depleting very fastly in the recent years, and it has to be preserved, and we need to have a protection mechanism for such Cliff geoheritage sites. So coming back to geoethics, of course, geoethics is still emerging and relatively complex between the scientists, the policymakers, cultural and ethics, or maybe attitude about the things. And we need to evolve this particular discipline. And also it is a challenge to demonstrate the geoethical values among all the stakeholders in the places wherever it is both in situ occurrences in geosites as well as ex situ elements, in order to sustainably utilize them in the long term. The coastal regions have very complex interaction between the environmental, societal, and economical aspect in the dynamical system. Of course, the geoethical issues related to the coastal system need to be developed, and geoscientists working in this domain need to be sensitized and educated for the responsibilities toward the communities. Of course, how does the geoethics help? We have to recognize and support designation and appropriate management of geoheritage site along the coast, and we need to encourage collaboration and partnership to identify, designate, and manage geoheritage site. And finally, we need to recognize the diversity of the geoheritage along the coast of India. In summary, I would like to mention that Indian coast offers several spots of geological significance and need to be developed as a geotourism sites to protect them and for the economic growth of the region. This is also one of the part of the blue economy policy of the government of India, which is in the draft form. It will come soon. Though the balanced blend of the science, culture, education, and tourism, geopark networks across the world are successfully improving the socio-economic conditions of the communities, thereby contributing to the sustainable development of the region. India, with numerous geologically significant sites, needs to gain insight from across the world and take a leap of faith to build its first global geopark. With this, I close and thank you all for listening. I think with this, maybe the yesterday, I think we will take a pledge on that to conserve our Mother Earth for the benefit of the future humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thanks.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us Indian perspective on the coastal geoheritage. And it's an honor for me to introduce our next speaker, Professor Narendra Kumar Mehra. Professor Narendra Kumar Mehra is Honorary Emeritus Scientist of Indian Council of Medical Research and former Dean Research and National Chair of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He is the Vice President, International Affairs of the Indian National Science Academy and is the key person for the Science 20 engagement group during the G20 presidency of India. He is an internationally acclaimed expert in the area of transplant immunology and clinical immunogenetics and is vastly experienced in policy, education promotion, and strategic planning for science. Professor Mehra has been the president of the Indian Immunology Society, counselor for the International Union of Immunological Societies, co-chair of the IUIS Gender Equity Committee, and founder secretary general of the Federation of Immunological Societies of Asia, Oceania. He is a fellow of Indian National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Medical Sciences, member honoris causa of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, and fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. He's also a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians of UK. He's a fellow of all science and medical academies in India, and he's also a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. He has over 100 scientific awards and academic honors, including the coveted S.S. Bhatnagar Prize of the CSIR, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Prize of ICMR for Excellence in Medical Research, and Tata Innovation Fellowship of the DBT Government of India. He has published over 480 research papers and regularly writes columns for the leading newspaper on COVID-19 and viral host community. Now, may I request you, sir, to deliver your talk? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to, at the very beginning, thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak to you on this very auspicious day, the Earth Day. I'll just try and share my slides. How do I share my slide? It doesn't get shared. Will you allow me to share my slide, please?
Oh, wait a minute, sir. We are making you admin.
Okay.
Co-host. Yes. Sir, now you can share your slides.
It still doesn't show up unless you make me a co-host. As a guest, probably they will not allow. It doesn't allow.
Sir, आप PPT पहले खोल लीजिए, sir.
खोल लिया.
Okay, sir.
I
Now
have
there's the
opened
option
my
of share
PPT.
screen.
Yes, the green one. The
Yes,
green
sir.
button. Yes.
Now you can
And
share,
then
sir.
when I share, when I
Yes, sir.
press the button share, it doesn't, I know none of my slides, at least the first slide doesn't show up. Therefore, it doesn't allow me to share.
Sir, we make you admin, co-host actually, so you can share your screen.
Have you made me co-host?
Yes, sir.
अभी तो नहीं आया है.
Yes, sir. This is co-host, no?
It says allow Zoom
Sir,
to share
already
your
did.
screen. It says allow Zoom to share your screen, open system preferences.
Sir,
System
you can
preferences.
give permission to Zoom to make these changes.
How do I do that?
So there's an option of share screen.
Yes.
So just
One
press this.
participant can share at a time. Yes.
So what are the
When I-
options?
Pardon?
What are the options after you press this share screen option?
It has one participant can share at a time, multiple participants can share at a time.
Sir, select this multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Multiple, okay. And then I again share my slide. Again, it doesn't show, I can share only when my first slide shows up. It
Sir,
says
you
open
can-
system preferences.
Sir, you can minimize this Zoom window and just use this slides for as a main window.
I minimized this thing.
So just
And
minimize
then-
this.
Yeah, with this, can you see my slide? I don't think that is the way to work. I'm again trying to join and let me see if that works.
Sir, can you share your screenshot in group, sir? Then we can check.
Shall I send my slides to you? Shall I send my slides to Dr. Bhaskar?
Excuse me, let me say that Dr. Ravi Chandran, he was presenting, and maybe you can stop sharing the screen. Then only Dr. Mehta can share
Yeah, I
his screen.
think that's a problem. I think the earlier speakers, this thing will have to go through the stop share. You're right.
Sir, वो मंगवा लीजिए, यहीं से share कर सकते हैं। आप बताओ।
Sir, please don't press the arrow button on share screen. Press the icon of share screen.
Press the icon of the share screen.
Then you have the multiple windows on your.
Yes, sir.
No, no,
It will be display will be like this, sir. Then you can choose the
No,
PowerPoint.
when I press the share screen, it's generally.
On the
you're
share
asking
screen
for
option,
one-
there's an arrow. Don't press that arrow. Just click on the share screen, the alphabet.
Alphabet, okay.
Yes, sir. And you will get different windows like this,
Yeah, I get about 5-6 windows,
right, sir?
but
And
then
just-
none of
Now
them
you
show
can
my
select your.
slide.
Yes, sir. You can select
One
your
of the
PPT.
windows is Microsoft PowerPoint unknown. Other is a desktop one. When I
Just
press the
select-
desktop one, it says open system preferences.
So just select the PowerPoint one or the PDF and where your
Yeah,
slides are.
Even there, when I press PowerPoint one, it says open system preferences.
So just select like this and press this share key.
नहीं मैं समझा नहीं आपकी बात. Is Karthikeyan there?
So you have PowerPoint or PDF, sir, for the slides?
No, PowerPoint. I have PowerPoint. I can send it to you. I can send it to anybody.
Sir, please share your slides to Bhaskar, sir, and we will display it from here.
Yeah, that can be done. Sure. I will immediately send it to Dr. Bhaskar. Is it Bhaskar 211964?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is, I just, you're in WhatsApp?
Chrome में खोलिए, Chrome में.
Dr. Banerjee, I'm just trying. जी मैं अभी मैं वही कर रहा हूँ. Just give me one minute. Just give me 1 minute to send it. Yeah. Okay, I have now sent my slides to Dr. Bhaskar's email ID.
Yeah, I'll just forward this.
Have you got it? Yes, Dr. Bhaskar. I've sent the slides.
To my mail,
I have sent the slides to you.
I have not received, I'll just check again. Can you reset once again? R Bhaskar, DJU, r@igloo.ac.in. I've shared in my
Oh,
WhatsApp.
yeah, I think it has gone to R Bhaskar 211964.
No, that's not the one. R Bhaskar @igloo.ac.in. I have sent a WhatsApp to you, sir.
R Bhaskar, 1 minute. It should be because you have been corresponding with R Bhaskar @
igloo.ac.in.
I will just try.
I've shared in WhatsApp.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Got it?
I'm checking.
I forwarded the earlier one, so I think you
Okay.
should get it. Yeah, it has gone.
Okay. Got it.
Got it? Thank you. so
Got
much.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Download.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, doctor.
Yes?
Namaste. I am Arjun calling from Westin Hotels, Seasonal Taste Restaurant.
हाँ अर्जुन जी हम आएंगे 1 o'clock.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir,
Thank you.
am I audible, sir?
Got it? Thank you.
Sir, we can scroll your slides from here.
Yes, okay, and I will keep saying because there are some animations somewhere here and there, so I will keep saying next.
Okay, sir.
Is that right? Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for this fiasco. At the very beginning, I want to congratulate you all, all members of Geophysiological Society of India on this Earth Day 2023, World Earth Day 2023, which is celebrated all over the world to create awareness Earth inhabitants to be more environmentally aware and to promote solutions for a sustainable future. I read last time because this is not my field. I'm really a novice in the field of geology. In fact, I learned so you a little bit about you
दोबारा से rejoin.
Yes, now it is there. Can the slide go to the next, please? Is there a problem?
Okay, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Next slide.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. So I'm going to speak to you a little bit today on this Earth Day about the Science 20. Science 20, as you know, is one of the 8 engagement groups of G20. G20 has about 200 meetings being done all over India during this year. And we in Science 20 is being moderated by the Indian National Science Academy, and I being the Vice President for International Affairs. So we have been really kept very busy in organizing various activities of Science 20. Next slide, please. And India's vision to promote a dialogue in the G20 meetings is a universal one. And therefore, as you have seen, that the main theme has been made as one earth, one family, one future, to coincide with Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which is this broad and all-encompassing guidance from our ancient Sanskrit text of Maha Upanishad that has inspired the vision of Science 20. And the future of our civilization is dependent on its interaction with science and the disruptions that it comes with. Therefore, we in INSA chose this as our main theme for the Science 20 this year, because every year there's a new theme of the Science 20, and this theme is selected by the host country. So therefore, we had a lot of debates in INSA for several months, and we came up with this particular theme, Disruptive Science for Sustainable Development. Next one, please. And this, so therefore the Science 20 has selected 3 focal points within that overall theme. And the first, the focal point is on clean energy for a greener future, where, the meeting was already done just at the beginning of April in Agartala. And focus was on 3 subtracks on hydrogen energy, energy from the ocean, and new generation energy storage technologies. The second particular sort of subtrack that we have is called the Universal Holistic Health. This meeting is going to take place on May 1 and 2 in Lakshadweep, where again we have 3 subtracks to talk about holistic health under the banner of physical and the physiological health, socio-psychological and emotional health, and of course the indigenous approach to health and well-being. The third subtrack that we have, which we're going to meet in Bhopal in the middle of June, is connecting science to society and culture. And I think everybody knows that during the pandemic, the common man in the street started to understand and realize the importance of science in their day-to-day life. So I think everybody is now talking about it. In fact, I was in Japan just last month, where they had invited us to the G7 conference as well, particularly on the G sciences. And there also their theme was science for society and science in society. So we already had this as a subtrack talking about connecting science to society and culture. Again, there will be three tracks over there which we will talk about. Next, please. And this is, of course, our meetings are taking place, 5 of them all across India. The third one is going to be held in Agartala, very soon the Bangaram Islands. 4th one will be in Bhopal, and our last meeting will be in Coimbatore. That's called the summit meeting, where all the deliberations that we have taken, the sort of background note that we made, or this joint communique that will be available, will be signed by heads of all the 20 science academies and will then be given to the head of the state. Next, please. So applying science for promoting holistic health at the global level is one of the main agendas of S20. In addition to, as I already talked to you about the culture and about the energy. So when we talk of physical and physiological dimensions of health, I'm talking mainly of health because I belong to the health side. I spent all my life at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. Here, I think there are 5 very important components. One is to promote the concept of One Health. In fact, we were at some point of time talking about should we keep One Health as our main agenda there. Here, involving commitment to ecological sustainability, linked microbial surveillance across wildlife and human habitat, with speedy knowledge sharing of emerging infections at global level. And we need to really enhance capacity for genomic surveillance of all those new viruses there. The other issue of great importance for human health is the antimicrobial resistance, which is becoming a big problem all over the world, but certainly in India, because the drugs are already available off the shelf at every drugstore. Third, of course, is to mitigate climate change through science-based approaches, the development of strategies and technologies for adaptation to global warming. And the next, of course, is rising threat of non-communicable diseases and overweight obesity. And this is a problem growing globally, actually. And last but not the least, artificial intelligence for big data analysis. So this will all come under the domain of the physical and physiological dimensions of health. And under the health, the second issue is of mental health and well-being. I think the most of the problem that we are facing currently is due to the emotional health and all. And we need to really look into the prevention of social media misuse for harassment and special attention for adolescent health. Next one. And in the next issue, we are also under the banner of holistic health, looking into traditional systems of healing and health promotion, since human health is linked to soil health, plant health, and animal health. A holistic approach will be required to understand health and disease. And here we need to strengthen scientific research on traditional systems of medicine. India and China are probably wonderful examples of the traditional medicines there. We are also thinking to suggest in our document that G20 may consider launching a program of international collaboration and knowledge sharing in this field. Next, please. And therefore develop complementarity with other stakeholders to improve health equity. I think the issue of health equity is very important, equity in healthcare. And this became very relevant during the peak of the pandemic there, because the pandemic cannot be controlled unless the last man on earth can also get vaccinated. And we saw so much of inequality in terms of healthcare infrastructure all over the world. So according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in the US, the definition of equity in healthcare is achieved when every person has the opportunity to attain his or her full health potential, and no one is disadvantaged from achieving this potential because of social structure and or other socially determined circumstances. Next, there's a need to apply in therapy, actually, and you will hear more about gene editing for diseases like this sickle cell disease and thalassemia. And these are all level globally potential for diagnosis. To a question of equitably access. Next, please. Next. So, news on.
आवाज नहीं आ रही।
सर लॉग आउट कर दिया, फिर से लॉग इन करें। Yes, sir.
Can you go one slide earlier than this, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was talking about three sort of things that we think are very important. Adaptive science needs to early and university more creativity and care recently of a need to enhance public science economic dispel in in other obstacles of health and healthcare and eliminate preventable health disparities. Can you, yeah, thank you. So the humanities challenge, I have to now the issue of energy, and this is something that we talked about in our you go back early, please don't change unless I say, yeah, and by Dr. Vijay Mohan to show you the humanities challenges for the next.
सर लॉग आउट कर दिए सर को बताना कि वीडियो बंद करेंगे तो ऑडियो आ जाएगा प्रॉब्लम नहीं हो रहा
Keep going. Dr. Bhaskar, what do I do? Video like this. Okay, okay, okay. Let me see. Okay, thank you. More. And
हेलो हेलो कंक्लूड कर लो उसको, इसी पे कंक्लूड कर लो। हाँ अब बोलो, फोन पे ही कंक्लूड कर लो। फोटो तुम्हारी नहीं, फोटो नहीं आ रही, फोटो नहीं आ रही तुम्हारी, तुम्हारी आवाज आ रही है,
आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
आवाज आ रही है, फोटो नहीं आ रही है।
नहीं, फोटो चाहिए भी नहीं।
हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
And we can't show this slide.
हाँ
Is
हाँ
that right?
हाँ तुम
Okay, so I was only summarizing what we discussed in Agartala at the beginning of this month.
बंद कर दिया ना,
क्यों यार, इसी तुम्हारे फोन से सब सुन रहे थे।
इधर से कर रहे थे क्या?
और क्या?
अरे यार तुम क्या बात करते हो?
Can you hear me now?
हाँ हाँ, yes I can hear you, I can hear you.
Hear me? Thank you so much. So,
Yes, we can hear you.
alright, if I'm able to show this slide, just going to tell you about some of the things that we discussed during our talk on green, you know.
करके खत्म, क्लोज कर दो बस सभी पर, बहुत वॉइस ब्रेक कर रही है तुम्हारी। चलो बंद कर दो इसको अब।
Yeah, it was a pleasure to talk to you people.
ओके थैंक यू, चलो बंद करो।
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Respected members and distinguished guests, I thank you all. And thanks, sir, for connecting the health, also environment and society. Now it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Padma Shri Professor Harsh K. Gupta for this Earth Day event. Professor Gupta is a National Academy of Sciences India Platinum Jubilee Fellow, President of the Geological Society of India, member of the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, India, and the past President, International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics. He has held several prestigious positions, namely the member of the National Disaster Management Authority of India, Secretary to the Government of India, Department of Ocean Development, Director, National Geophysical Research Institute, Hyderabad, Advisor to the Department of Science and Technology. He has also been the Vice Chancellor of CUSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology, the Director for Center of Earth Science Studies at Thiruvananthapuram, the Adjunct Professor at University of Texas at Dallas. He is also the Founder President of the Asian Seismological Commission and has served as an advisor and consultant to the Commonwealth Science Council, UNESCO, International Atomic Energy Agency, and the International Council for Science. Professor Gupta is known for his pioneering work on the estimation of reservoir-induced earthquakes, and some of his major scientific contributions include developing criteria to discriminate artificial water reservoir-triggered earthquakes from the normal earthquakes which are globally applied, and finding safe sites for construction of reservoirs, successfully forecasting a magnitude 8 earthquake in Northeast India in 1986, which occurred on the 6th of August in 1988, chairing the steering committee of the Global Seismic Hazard Assessment Program, and pioneering the gas hydrate program and delimiting the zones for stability of gas hydrates within the exclusive economy zone of India, and conducting detailed studies of the genesis of triggered earthquakes in the Koyana region and forecasting short-term earthquakes successfully. He has been awarded the Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award of the Republic of India in the year 2006, and is the first only scientist from the developing world to be awarded the Waldo E. Smith Medal Award by the American Geophysical Union. He is also a recipient of the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in Earth Sciences, the USSR Academy of Sciences 100 Years of International Geophysics Memorial Medal, Professor Y. Naidamma Memorial Gold Medal Award for 2008, the Axford Gold Medal of the Asia Oceania Geosciences Society, Professor W. D. West Lifetime Achievement Award, National Lifetime Excellence Award by the Ministry of Earth Sciences India, the National Mineral Award for Excellence and IASPEI Medal. Dr. Gupta has published over 200 scientific papers in internationally reputed journals and has authored several books published by Elsevier and Springer and has edited several volumes. I now invite you, sir, to address the August gathering. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I must thank you for this opportunity to be with you this morning. And I really appreciate Bhaskar's effort in putting this meeting together. So very grateful to Ravi Chandran to grace us and to Banerjee Saab and many of you who are present here. I'm really grateful. From the Geological Society of India, I bring greetings to you. And I'm so happy that a chapter has been well established in Delhi. And the credit for doing all these things goes to all of you who are sitting here along with Bhaskar. Thank you very much. I am going to talk about a topic, developing an earthquake resilient society. And the provocation for this is that we are celebrating Earth Day, and it is very important on this Earth Day that we make sure that our lives are safe on this earth and we do things so that we don't get unnecessarily disturbed or things which are not warranted. Now, the fact remains that we are in the 23rd year of the 21st century, and in spite of all the scientific and technological developments, in the past 22 years, we have lost more lives in earthquakes and resultant tsunamis than the entire 20th century. This is in spite of all the technological, scientific, administrative developments. So somehow the results or the outcome of our work is not reaching the right places. And I think there could be nothing more important on Earth Day to make sure that the benefits, the fruits of this development do indeed reach public and everyone else. Since I'm going to talk about earthquakes, I think it is important that I share some fundamental information about the earthquakes. All of you know what earthquakes are. So when the magnitude exceeds 8 or so, we call it a great earthquake, and usually there's one every year. When we talk of major earthquakes, they are about 17 to 18, 7 to 7.9 magnitude. Strong are 6 to 6.9, and strong earthquakes, which are about 120 every year, are the earthquakes which create problems. Fortunately, most of these earthquakes occur on plate boundaries between oceans and the continents, and they are not inhibited. So we are very lucky that that's the situation. When we come to smaller earthquakes, like what we felt in Delhi in 2020, they were 4.2, 4.3, like that. We have got about 6,000 earthquakes like that every year, even smaller. As a matter of fact, every time, anywhere, small little tremors are taking place. Now, this magnitude scale is a little deceptive because what happens that we very loosely talk magnitude 7, magnitude 7.8, etc., etc. But try to understand that with increase of 1 unit of magnitude, the energy released by an earthquake increases by 31 times. So 1 magnitude 6 earthquake in a common person's language is equivalent to 1 Hiroshima or Nagasaki kind of a bomb. So when we are talking of a 7 magnitude earthquake, we are talking of 31 such earthquakes, such shocks, such atom bombs. When we go to 8, we are talking of 1,000 Hiroshima kind of bombs going in one row. And when we talk of magnitude 9 earthquake, like the 26 December 2004 earthquake in Sumatra, or the 11th March 2011 earthquake in Japan, we are talking of 40,000 Hiroshima kind of bombs. The Sumatra earthquake ruptured an area which extended to 1,500 kilometers. The width of the rupture was up to 300 kilometers, and the displacement up to 20 meters. So there's a really huge amount of energy release. Coming for a minute to Delhi, because most of you reside in Delhi, there was such a hue and cry 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, in 2020, when in the month of April, some magnitude 4 earthquakes occurred. At that time, I looked, and I found that if you take the distance from India Gate, within 300 kilometers, the number of earthquakes that occurred are shown there. And the ones which occurred within 30 kilometers are shown by, have been highlighted. So these earthquakes keep on occurring, but there are 2 wrong concepts which were being talked about. The first concept was that these are the 4 shocks to some great earthquake to occur. Now, let me tell you that we are still not able to, in general, recognize a shock as a foreshock in real time. We say it is a foreshock when the main shock occurs. So that is a myth. We were not able to do that. The second question which was being talked was that occurring of so many small little earthquakes is releasing the energy of a huge earthquake, and we may not have a big earthquake. So again, as I just described to you, the magnitude is so deceptive. So even 100 earthquakes of magnitude 4 occurring does not diffuse the energy of a magnitude 8 earthquake sufficiently. So both things are wrong. Also, when I'm talking about it, I want to tell you that if I tell you that tomorrow on Sunday at 12 noon, there'll be a 6.5 magnitude earthquake in Delhi, which can kill up to 100,000 people in Delhi. Can you all leave Delhi? Since you cannot do, it is important to learn to live with earthquakes. And that is the key message that I want to deliver in my today's talk. And there are examples. I was just talking to some of my friends here. There was an earthquake in Haiti, and it occurred in 2010. It was only of magnitude 7, and it claimed 300,000 human lives. Somewhere in late 90s, I had gone to the Caribbean because I was sponsored by the Commonwealth Science Council to study the situation in the Caribbean of the countries to withstand or to see what the earthquakes will do. And Haiti was one of the least prepared country. And those reports you write and they get buried somewhere. So in 2010, this earthquake killed 300,000 people. But again, in 2021, at the same place, a magnitude 7.3 earthquake occurred. That means the earthquake was at least 6-7 times bigger than the 2010 earthquake. But the lives lost were around 3,000. So a country like Haiti, in 10 years' time, do what was necessary to bring down the effect of an earthquake. So I think it is very important that we do something similar in our own country. Now, if you look at Himalaya, here we can see that we had 4 great earthquakes, the 1897 earthquake in Shillong, and this is one of the best studied earthquakes. There are many persons from Geological Survey of India here, compliments to them, because Oldham wrote a memoir on this earthquake, which has become something which I read and I expect everyone to read. The other interesting thing in this earthquake was that provided the first evidence that accelerations due to an earthquake can exceed 1G, because many boulders, they were physically lifted away from their sockets. The second big earthquake was the 1905 Kangra earthquake, and 1905 Kangra earthquake claimed almost 20,000 human lives. And then the third earthquake in this series was the 1934 Bihar-Nepal earthquake. And this Bihar-Nepal earthquake is known for creating a very long slum belt. What is a slum belt? You see, what happens that we have got fluid in the earth, and due to rapid movement in an earthquake, this fluid comes out of the pores, and the material becomes like jelly. So any building, the foundations are within this liquefiable area, their building will collapse. So there were a lot of damage. You see, if you look in Japan, you will find buildings which has got 40 stories building, and then it has got 10-story downstairs or basement. Why? Because it is possible to estimate the liquefiable layer at any given location. And if we can determine that how much soil will be liquefied, we must make sure that our buildings, the basement should go deeper than that. Something which is totally ignored in the Ganges, in the Jamuna Plains in Delhi and its environment. A very serious thing that we have forgotten. And the last, after 1934, we had the 1950 Assam earthquake. This earthquake with a magnitude of MW 8.7 is the largest earthquake to have ever recorded on continental, on the continents. Most large earthquakes occur on the ocean continent boundary, on the Pacific belt, etc., etc. This earthquake had set up sieges. What is a siege? You know, you've got closed bodies of water, and when earthquake waves pass through them, if there's some resonance, the water keeps on oscillating. This earthquake caused sieges in Europe, which were felt for days to go. So these were the great earthquakes which occurred, and somehow no such earthquake has occurred since 1950 main shock, and 1952, one of the aftershocks was also of magnitude 8.2 or 8.3. No earthquake of magnitude 8 or larger has occurred in the entire region since 1952. Only 2 earthquakes of magnitude 7.5 and larger occurred. One was the Muzaffarabad earthquake in 2005, and second was the Kathmandu earthquake in 2015. Okay, so there was a question that maybe when we say that there have been no such earthquake, there must be some problem in our estimating the magnitude of the earthquakes. So for this, I specifically sat in Europe for several months and used the Göttingen records of the European observatories and re-estimated the magnitude of all the past earthquakes in India and its environment, which were reported of magnitude 6.5 and larger. And we found that the errors in those magnitudes was no more than a quarter of a magnitude. Not they were totally correct. So when I say that in this list, you see that in between 1897 to 1952, we had 14 earthquakes of magnitude 7.5 and larger. And 1953 to 2022, we had only 2 of them. The Muzaffarabad earthquake of 2005 and the Kathmandu earthquake of 2015. So there is a real quiescence of a large magnitude earthquake in the entire Himalayan belt. When we come to 7 to 7.5, they are comparable. 6 to 6.5, more earthquakes have occurred. So the quiescence of a large earthquake in Himalayan belt is a reality. We cannot do away with it. But today, it is not possible to say when such earthquake will occur and where it will occur. Let me tell you that so many estimates have been made. We talk of seismic gaps, etc., etc. Actually, I'm working on a manuscript, The Myth of Seismic Gaps. That will come a little later. So right now, I am just taking you back to some of the ancient earthquakes. And for this, I went to the book of Richter. There's a book, Elementary Seismology by C.F. Richter, Charles F. Richter. He wrote this book in 1956, one of the most popular books. And I happened to read it and procure a copy. So he has listed 6 earthquakes in the Indian region. There is a chapter, Some Date Indian Earthquakes. And in this, there's a mention of 6 earthquakes. The first earthquake is the Kutch earthquake in 1819, which had a magnitude of 8. It killed 1,500 people. But that time, India's population was only 200 million. Okay. Then the next big earthquake is the Shillong earthquake. I don't know where the marker is gone. Anyway, the next big earthquake was Shillong earthquake. Yeah, here it is. Magnitude 8.7. It also killed around 1,550 people. But by that time, the population has gone up from 200 to 220. Kangra earthquake, magnitude 8, 20,000 people gone. By that time, the population is 250 million. Bihar Nepal earthquake, 1934, which I mentioned, 15,000 people gone, population has gone to 360 million. Quetta earthquake, 30,000 lives lost, 365 million. And the Assam earthquake of 8.7, 400 million. So the population is increasing, and what you see, that number of casualties increasing. In the recent past, we had the Bhuj earthquake in 2001, and 20,000 people gone. By that time, we were 100 crores. So this is quite comparable. So the increase in the deaths in the Bhuj earthquake compared to the Kutch earthquake of 1819 can be directly related to increase in the population, and lot more structures, etc. have come. The same is true with the Muzaffarabad earthquake, which you can compare with the Kangra earthquake and the Quetta earthquake, which were on east and south of it. And they here 87,000 lives were lost with a magnitude of 7.6 only. And this earthquake occurred at about 9 o'clock in the morning. So that's been the business as usual. The only difference is in the Gorkha earthquake of Nepal, where the population is now 130 million, 1,300 million in India, Nepal 27 million, and the life loss is only 10,000. Why such a low number? Because they have taken it to themselves that they observed 16 January as the earthquake day. The 16 January of 2023 was again observed, and earthquake safe infrastructure, the basis of safe life, was the motto of that day. Everything comes to standstill and people listen and do something. So it is very important to take lessons from countries like Haiti, a small country, and country like Nepal. So why can't we do something similar for our own country? One idea which is very effective in this direction is to create earthquake scenarios. What is an earthquake scenario? Earthquake scenario is the art of creating a scenario that what would happen if one of the earlier earthquakes repeats. So the case of the 1905 Kangra earthquake. 1905 Kangra earthquake had then killed about 20,000 people. I was at the time working with the National Disaster Management Authority, and we decided
कोई आया था
मेरे को म्यूट कर देना। Okay, so what happened? We took a magnitude 8 earthquake, estimated that it will rupture for 200 kilometers, and using known relations, we developed a map of isoseismos. This map is projected in front of you. The next thing we did, that you put the topology layer on it. That tells you how many houses would collapse, because you know what are the accelerations and what's the capability of those houses. And the third step you take, that you put the population density on the top of it. So then you get to know that how many people will get killed. And it was staggering that if this earthquake occurred in the middle of the night, we could lose up to 0.9 million people in the 4 states, Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, and Union Territory of Chandigarh. So I was a little bit worried about this number, but then 2 things happened. One, around the same time, there was a Wilton Park conference in London. Wilton Park conferences are conferences where they call 15-20 people. The conference lasts for 5 days from Monday to Friday, and not more than 15-20 people attended. And every day there are only 2 or 3 talks, but in-depth discussions on those topics. So the focus of this Wilton Park meeting in 2013 was where natural hazards could claim more than 1 million lives globally. I was called to talk about the tsunamis. We had done a lot of work at that time, tsunamis in 2004 when I was working for the Department of Water Development. So a professor stood up and showed the hot spots globally where more than 100,000 people will be killed, and some red spots where up to 1 million people could go. And Himalaya was red at many places. That was one thing. The second thing, the Muzaffarabad earthquake occurred at 9:30 in the morning. 9:30 is a time when you are mostly out of your houses. And in India, people get killed because they are inside the houses during the earthquake, because the earthquake, the house is not earthquake proof. We had the Laltur earthquake in 1993 in a small city in Maharashtra, killed 10,000 people because they had never heard of earthquake. And Laltur gets very hot. So people had on the roof 1 feet of soil and they are growing vegetables and everything. So they were just not possible of withstanding any horizontal accelerations. So that was a total destruction. So I realized that this number is not wrong. Now, what should we do about it? So we took up a year-long project, and that project was to generate a common understanding of earthquakes in these 4 states, because the job was too huge. Although this will also affect Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, etc., but we did not get into them. We concentrated on these 4 states, and we provided the common understanding of earthquake and mainstreaming the facilities. What is very important, that the schools should be sensitized, because if you can turn a school children into knowledgeable on earthquakes, you are developing a earthquake resilient individual in future. And the effect was, when you are doing this in these cases, the children fought with their parents. कि डैडी मम्मी आपने घर में हम रह रहे हैं, इसका ये करा कि नहीं करा, इसमें ये गड़बड़ है, वो गड़बड़ है. So that is a very important part. Also, you must realize that Sichuan earthquake on 12th May 2008, 20,000 school children gone. Muzaffarabad earthquake, 8th October, 16,000 children gone. Bhuj earthquake, around 1,000 children gone. So it is becoming very important to impart that knowledge with them. So we had many classes in many places. And the problem was that the students would not leave the lecture halls. They'll keep on asking. And then we say, bete, sham ke 6 baj gaye hain, aapke parents wait kar rahe honge, nahi humko unke Lord bataiye ye. So if you touch the innocent young children and try to train them, in Kashmir, another very important thing used to happen, the Dhaji structure. What is the Dhaji structure? When they are constructing a wall, they are putting the planks of a tree by its side. So that provides such a beautiful binding, but now you can't cut trees, etc. So one of the resolution at that time was that there'll be special forests grown to provide wood for Dhaji structures. Equally important is the life or the safety of lifeline buildings. Because what happens, that earthquake takes place and the first building that falls is the hospital, the police station, the fire brigade. Then how would you help anyone? So it becomes very important that we ensure that the lifeline buildings are capable of withstanding the anticipated extinction during an earthquake. And there are techniques like rapid visual screening. It takes half an hour's time to estimate the capacity of a building. A good structural engineer who has the map of the building, the kind of material which is used, can estimate whether this earthquake, this building is capable of withstanding that acceleration when the earthquake occurs. And if not, what does it cost to retrofit it? And our suggestion is that if the retrofitting cost is more than 40%, then we should do away with that building and build it apart. So these were the things which are done for the entire 1 year. And then we had exercises that what we should do before, during, and after the earthquake. And we took up people like our famous cricketers, and they were Kapil Dev and Yuvraj Singh, and they participated, they moved with us in the rallies. So there was total preparedness. And in this time, at this time, NDRF became very active, National Disaster Response Force, and the SDRF, the State Disaster Response Force, they had joint exercises. This activity continued for 1 full year. And then we said it is important to have a mock drill. Mock drill means that you have a virtual earthquake and then see that how people have behaved during that time. So we planned a virtual earthquake on 13th of February 2013. And that earthquake took place. And these are scenes from various capitals all over the 4 states. And we had debriefing. The best part was mega mock drill exposes chinks in disaster management plan. So some of my colleagues were very upset that they are finding all the faults. I said that was the purpose. Because no matter how much I pay to the newspaper, they will never put up this thing in the newspaper like that. So the fault should be recognized and we should try to overcome them. Soon after that, I was back in Nime. The office is somewhere there, and a small tremor was there. So I've got a feeling when I feel a tremor, I can figure it out whether it's a local or whatever. Anyway. So it was a local tremor. So I just peeped out of the window and everyone had come out of the house. The streets were full. So what I'm trying to say that if you repeat this exercise like a Earth Day, you can make it Earthquake Day, or let Earth Day be converted into an Earthquake Day. And you can then make it a point. In Kathmandu, they have found spots. There are about 100 spots in Kathmandu, which are supposed to be safe all over. And people know. So they know that if an earthquake occurs, where to move. So if they're on the road, they know where is the spot which will be safe for them. Some things like that needs to be done. With the success of this, we repeated this exercise for the repeat of 1897 Shillong earthquake. And this time we took up all the 8 states. And again, all the details are there, how much area will be affected, etc., etc., etc. So these are the exercises for the 1897 Shillong earthquake. And this is again the estimate that if it occurs in the middle of the night, we will lose about 0.8 million people. And then here, all the 8 states and Northeast Institute of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth Sciences, etc., became very important partners in this exercise. And here, since we were talking of 8 states, this mega mock drill was conducted on 2 days, on 10th of March and 13th of March, and the results were similar. That awareness is generated, there were mega mock drill test readiness, etc., etc. So what I'm trying to share with you, that in Delhi, mega mock drills were done sometimes in 2012, 13, etc. It is important that we move the Delhi administration to think about creating a earthquake day. 4th April is a good day. 4th April is the Kangra earthquake day. So it could be done on 4th April for the entire northern region, and you could do it. Another very good development is the earthquake early warning. What happens? That the culprit is the shear waves which the earthquake generates. And shear waves travel much slower than the body waves. So the shear waves typically travel with a velocity of 3 to 3.5 kilometers per second, whereas the longitudinal or the body waves travel with a speed of 7 to 7.5 kilometers. So if an earthquake takes place at a distance of 100 kilometers from Delhi, the shear waves will take about 25 seconds or 30 seconds time to reach here. Whereas the earthquake can be located by local stations immediately or within the next few seconds. So you get a advanced time of 30 seconds to get away from stopping the lifts, from stopping the trains, and doing all that is needful to accept this signal. And this technique, earthquake early warning, is, I'm just trying to explain, I have already told you. So as the distance increases, this is the shear waves arriving at a distance of 100 kilometers, 30 to 45 seconds, whereas P waves have come much earlier. So this technique is applied in so many places, especially in Japan, in Mexico, USA, California, everywhere it's there. When the 11th March 2011 MW9 earthquake, the Fukushima earthquake occurred, which created nuclear emergency, all the trains in Tokyo had come to a stop still because the forecast had been made that the strong waves will be arriving in about 60 seconds time, and everything came to still. Not a single life was lost in Tokyo. Can you believe it? With a magnitude 9 earthquake occurring just about 200 kilometers away. The happy thing is the Uttarakhand government has supported setting up of this early warning system. And this, I'm showing you this system, and they are doing beautifully well. And here is a typical example of a Nepal earthquake taking place. And these are the stations, and there they have shown. Of course, this was a small earthquake, but it's a good exercise. This was only a magnitude 5.6. So 5.6 is not going to destroy anything here, but it's good to have the system operational. And we need similar systems all over the Himalayan belt. Like what we have in Uttarakhand, we should have in Delhi and all other places. Another thing that we have recently been involved is to estimate how long magnitude 5 aftershocks will continue when a magnitude 7 or larger earthquake occurs. Because what happens, that things have been already weakened by the main earthquake, and aftershocks of magnitude 5 continue for a long time. So if you have an estimate that how long these magnitude 5 aftershocks will continue, that gives you some way of properly planning the relief and rebuilding structure. So we did it for a number of earthquakes. In this slide, I'm showing A is Muzaffarabad earthquake, B is Sichuan earthquake, and C is Gorkha earthquake. And this is the carry out, and then we developed a kind of relation which gives you a ball figure that if anywhere in Himalaya an earthquake or magnitude, whatever occurs from this graph, you can approximately say how long these aftershocks will continue. We just finished this exercise for the Turkey earthquake, which occurred on 6th of February and claimed 50,000 human lives. And I still feel that there are many people still worried because all the things excavation is not carried out. So this is the earthquake, and then we use the same structure, same approach. And we came to conclusion that magnitude 5 earthquakes in Turkey will continue for no more than 250 days. So what I have tried to place in front of you is a scenario of earthquakes. And on Earth Day, what is important? It is important to have annual earthquake day. It is important to have school children involved, and we should worry about the lifeline buildings and scenarios and public participation. And since most of you are involved with education, with IGNOU and other universities, I think you can take the message forward. I would like to thank you for your patient hearing. Thanks a lot. Happy Earth Day. Any questions by any chance? Yes.
Sir, for your Kangra earthquake recalculation, why did you leave Delhi?
Pardon me?
Why did you leave Delhi region when you were calculating the Kangra earthquake scenario?
Delhi region was left for 2 or 3 reasons. That isoseisms in Delhi were not very high for the Kangra earthquake. It is far away. And we had limited capacity at that time or any time. So to involve 4 states itself was too huge a job. Similarly, when we went to Northeast states, they are small states. So all they were 8 states, we involved them, all 8 of them. But then we split this exercise on 2 days. Mock drill was conducted on 2 days, 10th of March and 13th of March. But Delhi was a little too far off.
Wonderful. Yeah, just curiosity. Basically, you have mentioned that the big shocks are very less, whereas the little bit the smaller shocks are increasing, or the earthquakes are increasing in the last 22 years when compared to 21st century. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
So there are more and more smaller earthquakes, not big shock, but smaller earthquakes are happening. Yeah. Is it not true then that is it is releasing, so we don't get a bigger shock? Because more number of earthquakes, smaller shocks are releasing energy so that we can.
This is a very important question. As a matter of fact, there is a concept of slow earthquakes. Slow earthquakes are the ones which the energy is released slowly. They cannot get recorded by the seismic stations. However, they get noticed by GPS. And that's why, while in DOD, I had given a very huge project to Vineet Gehlot to instrument all these sites all over Himalaya to see whether there are any slow earthquakes occur. But the problem is this, that when we work in Himalaya, all strain accumulations are calculated on the base of the surface observations. Now, unlike the shield region, where there is no soil cover, what you see on the surface is more or less same what is happening 4 or 5 kilometers deep. Not true for Himalaya. Because Himalaya, the earthquakes are occurring at much larger depth. And you have got a cover, 15, 20, 30 kilometers of cover. So what exactly happening at the focal depths is not reflected on the surface. And all the estimates made from the surface GPS observation, that so much strain has been accumulated, which has far exceeded the strain required to generate 8 earthquakes. And no magnitude 8 earthquake has occurred. So my focus right now, I was telling that I'm working on it, on the myth of this seismic gap. And the purpose is this, to make use of all the available data and see whether there is really, there was a specific episode where 4 such earthquakes occurred within 1897 to 90, in 55 years time. So was it something unique, somehow it happened and it may not repeat? And whether any region is more ready than other for a large earthquake is a question mark. But unless until we properly calculate the strain energy accumulation, etc., etc. But then I come back to the fundamental questions that all this leads to finding sites where earthquakes may occur or preferred forecasting. But if we are not prepared to live with earthquakes, we can't have it. So the focus right now should be on to train the people, train ourselves to be able to live with it.
I have a question. Can I do that?
Surely.
Kalachand Sen from Wadia. Sir, we know that Kumaon Garhwal region, we are anticipating an earthquake of magnitude 7 or 8 or even more. But we do not know right now when it may happen. But from the GPS derived crustal velocities converted into strain rate, we know that that has the capability. My question is that in this region, if, and we have seen also, some moderate and strong magnitude earthquake has taken place, though few number. If this had not taken place, that 7 magnitude or 8 magnitude earthquake would have taken place before or after some time, because we do not know till date when it would have happened. So does it delay or advance? If some energy gets released by the moderate or strong earthquake, some sort of stress drop have been observed. So they have created also fractures into the subsurface. And fracture is an easy path for the release of the remaining energy. So that fracture creation will accelerate the process of the earthquake, which is envisaged after some time. And the release of the stress drop indicate some of the accumulated energy has been released. So in which way we can envisage that this occurrence of the intermediate and strong earthquake can delay or advance? Advance because of the creation of the fracture into the subsurface.
I have heard your question.
Yeah.
The simple response to your question is, you are living in Dehradun for last 4 years. Have you prepared Dehradun city to live with a magnitude 7 earthquake?
I don't have an answer for that.
So that is the main issue, because we can keep on arguing where is the epicenter, where is the magnitude earthquake occur, what will trigger it. These are all theoretical questions and they are very important. I don't belittle the importance of the question that you have raised. But to me today, on the Earth Day, more important issue is that how do we prepare public to live with earthquakes? And that is the focus of my talk. And what questions you have raised are very relevant, and we can have a scientific discussion, but our observations are very scanty. They are scanty and they are not properly calibrated. This is a fact. Yeah. Yeah. Surely, I think Active Fault was a very major program of Ministry of Earth Sciences, and a lot of work has been done. These are all very good approaches to this. But again, we are coming back to the same question that by Active Fault also, I'm giving a talk, I'll get back to you. Are you asking a question about the talk? So same thing, that active fault mapping is extremely important. So by active fault mapping, we can find the locales which have a high probability of a significant earthquake to occur. But what is next? Next is to prepare the people to live with that. There was one. You see, Muradabad fault is, Muradabad had a magnitude 6.8 earthquake in 1966. Okay, I belong to Muradabad. So I'm very concerned about it, but there's nothing more you can do about it. I think I'm delaying the next speaker. Yeah, please come.
Good afternoon, all. So it gives me immense pleasure to actually introduce our next speaker, Dr. Rasik Ravindra. Dr. Rasik Ravindra is the current chairman of the Society of Earth Scientists, the senior vice president of LIGHTS, and he is also member of the Research Advisory Committee of Wadia Institute and the NCPOR. In the past, he has held the position of director of NCPOR from the period 2006 to 2012. After serving in GSI for 35 years at the post of DDG. He has basically carried out several geological assignments in different part of the country, in Rajasthan, Northeast India, Bhutan. But more importantly, he has actually done a lot of work in Arctic and Antarctic. So he is also, he has led around 6 Indian expedition, and he is one of the first persons. He led the team to the South Pole for the first time. And he also overlooked at the establishment of the stations that are established in Antarctic, Arctic, and Himalaya, which is Bharti, Himadri, and Himans research stations. He was chairman of Program Monitoring Committee of Dynamics of Himalayan Glaciers from 2007 to 12, and he was also appointed chair in Ministry of Earth Sciences, Panikkar Professor in October 2012. He has also received several medals. He was basically He received SCAR Medal for International Coordination, National Award for Polar Sciences and Cryosphere, National Mineral Award, Antarctic Award, HN Siddiqui Gold Medal from IGU, Lifetime Achievement Award from Paleontological Society of India, and Dr. West Oratory Award, apart from others. This was his academic introduction. Apart from that, I also happened to actually colleague of his, one of his very good friends, and I know that he is a wonderful human being and very approachable and very enthusiastic about anything related to geosciences. With these words, I will welcome him. Welcome, sir, for your speech.
Friends, it's a honor to speak in presence of the stalwarts like Professor Harsh Gupta, Dr. Ravichandran, Professor Banerjee, and Dr. Bhaskar, and all the faculty members from IGNOU and other places. I'm aware of my limitations, so please excuse me for that. There's also some overlap that you will find in my talk and the talk of Dr. Ravichandran, because I was not aware that he will be covering geo-heritage and other things, so possibly we have some overlap. But fortunately, his emphasis was on the coastal features, preservation and the geoheritage of the coastal environment, and I'll be dealing mostly with the land-based features. So if you see our planet Earth, this is the only planet on which life exists, and it is in fact a closed system and consists of Panch Mahabhut, as we call them in Sanskrit. And you know that Prithvi, Jal, Agni, Vayu, and Akash, the earth, the water, the atmosphere, and are main elements, of which our earth is constituted of. And incidentally, these are also the main constituents of the human body. After our cremation, what is left in the body is only these 5 elements. And all these 5 elements which constitute the Brahmand, or the Brahma, or the human body, or the planet Earth, are all facing a lot of strain. Why? Why are they facing the strain? Because we have become a lot more greedy. We are dealing with the water, we are dealing with the atmosphere, and we have practically ruined all these resources which the Mother Earth was giving us free of the cost. So much so that the known 1,313 vertebrate species that were struggling to survive, they have reached their threshold in 1975. That means beyond 1975, practically we have reached a stage where we have endangered the species of vertebrate species. So you can just imagine what damage we have done to this earth, and why this concept of preservation of geoheritage and geoparks is very much essential for not only the survival of the planet Earth, but even the survival of the humankind. If you go back to the history of the development of the earth, you will see that whenever a species has become over-ambitious, the earth just wiped it off. So possibly the time has come now that if we don't take care of our earth, the earth will take care of us. Now, what is the heritage? Be it natural, cultural, or historical, it links us to the past. And this is what we have inherited from our earth, from our predecessors, and it is our moral duty to pass it on to the next generation, to our children, and to our grandchildren. While cultural, monumental, and biodiversity hotspots are being protected by several international treaties, laws, and conferences and other things, the concept of geoheritage is very, very lukewarmly addressed. It has already taken a backstage, and none of the major platforms is being discussed. There are no legislation practically in our country for preserving this sort of the heritage. The geological site or a geoheritage site is a non-renewable natural resource, and this is a key point of most of the people who talk of the geoheritage. Any structure, any forest, if it is burned down because of the forest fire, it can be rebuilt, but not the resource, the non-living resource of the earth. Your rocks cannot be rebuilt. Your rocks, which are more than 500 million years, if they are lost, you practically have lost the historical account of those critical rocks. So what do we do? Unless protected by legal framework, these sites can suffer a total loss or partial loss of geological sites triggered by lack of expertise and unawareness of the geological significance of the elements involved. I'll deal with all these features. I'll also deal what damage we are doing to our earth by way of some sort of development, which is essential, but we have to look into the other reasons for that. And the best example that I can give you is from Antarctica. Professor Harsh Gupta is here, who is an authority in Antarctic, and he will agree with me that the Antarctic is the best example where the entire continent is preserved as the heritage of mankind. It's not of one area, it's not of one park. The entire continent of 12 million square kilometers is just dedicated to the mankind. And it is known as the continent of only science, none of the other activities. Now, if you see this map of Antarctica, you can see all around these coastal areas of Antarctica, you find these blue segments. These are all the marine protected areas, which under the treaty, the nations who govern the Antarctic policies, they have reserved all these areas from the human exploitation. And within the main Antarctic continent also, you'll find these different colored areas, which are protected as different sites. We call them Antarctic specially protected areas. We call them Antarctic specially managed areas, marine protected areas by the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Committees. So this concept of preservation of nucleus areas, which are very important to the mankind, we must borrow it from Antarctic, and we must try to inherit it, all these things within our mainland. See, India has 733 protected areas, which include national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, conservation reserves, community reserves, for example, Himalaya, Western Ghat, Chilka, etc. And this data is of 2021. There are 6 biodiversity parks within Delhi itself. Possibly most of you know, we have a Aravali Biodiversity Park, we have a Nila Hus Burj Diversity Park, we have a Kamala Nehru Ridge, we have Tilpat Valley, and like that, Tughlakabad Reserve. And there are also some known biodiversity hotspots like Himalayas, Indo-Burma region, Western Ghats, and Sundarban. But unfortunately, there are no sites for geological heritage. There are no preservation for geological heritage sites. There are also world heritage for India, which are cultural and natural sites. You see, as of 2022, there are 40 world heritage sites within India which are recognized by UNESCO. But none of these sites is of a geological nature. There are some natural sites, but not of the geological one. And when we talk of India, it has got a spectacular geodiversity, starting from North Karakoram Mountains to Kanyakumari, from your deserts of Thar in the west to the eastern side of Arunachal. You see, we have the oldest rocks which represent our country, more than 1,000 million years. And then we have the very quaternary rocks which have been designated now as the Meghalayan stage, 4,300 years or old. So such a complex historical account of geology, which ranges from some 4,000 million years old rocks to the present 4,200 years, is nowhere found in the world at one place. You might find this stratigraphic column spread over in the entire regions, but not at one place. So India is fortunate to have such a huge and such a spectacular lithological stratigraphic column. But what are we doing for it? It's a land of captivating geological diversity, representing type sections for several stratigraphic formations, preserved fossil wealth. Recently, dinosaurs eggs have been found in several places of India, varied geological features, natural rock sculptures, and landscapes. Recently, Geological Survey of India has released a document, and this slide was possibly shown by Dr. Ravichandran also. There are 90 sites for geoheritage, which GSI has recognized, and they are trying to preserve it. The problem is that GSI doesn't have a legal arm. It cannot pass a legal sort of a dictatum because the geological sites or the geology of an area is a state subject. So even if the GSI or Geological Survey of India has recognized certain sites, 90 of them, and they have huge tourist potential, it cannot preserve these sites because there is no law in India which will give strength to the states that, okay, you take this, for example, Zawar, you preserve it for the humankind. So what is the need of the hour is that we do some sort of an exercise. And in this very hall, I think a couple of years back, it was 4 years back when Dr. Banerjee was present here, a document on the legal legislation was discussed on geoheritage. And that document is still lying with shifting from one ministry to other. Nothing had been done. So I hope on these Earth Day, some people, those who matter, they will take it very seriously and see that unless we pass this sort of a legislation, what harm we are doing to our country, to our sites, to our heritage. See, these are the details of these 90 sites. I have tabled it from the GSI portal, and you can see practically all the states are covered, starting from Kashmir to the Andaman Nicobar, mud balconies, all those things that were shown to you by Dr. Ravichandran also. And these are very spectacular sites. And nowhere in the world you will get such a variation from the desert morphology to the glaciers of the Himalaya to the Ladakh, where you have the paleoclimatic preserves. You can preserve the history of what has happened in the entire Holocene, right from 20,000 years till present. It's a very beautiful, mini scale column that if you go to a lake in Ladakh, which Binita Patiala and others have done, and I'll show you the reference of that paper, it's a fantastic record, as good as what you get from the ice cores in Antarctic. Now, we drill the ice cores in Antarctica at a lot of cost. And recently, NCPR has done the coring in the ice core. And we have got a record of, say, last 200 years. But here, what records you can get will range up to the entire Holocene. So we should not try to make roads in those areas which we can avoid. Roads are important. But why make a road in a lake in the Ladakh sediment, which can be preserved and an alternate road can be made? So some sort of a geological awareness, some sort of a geological expertise must be taken when we do the development side. Development is essential. You can't develop a country without having roads, without having electricity. But at what cost? That is very important. Public awareness of and the efforts that has been recently, it has caught the imagination of everybody. INTEC has played a very significant role. All these publications that you see are from INTEC. Geography and You NGO has published a very good memoir, a journal. And I think Dr. Tripathi of Society of Earth Scientists edited this volume, India's Geoheritage Landscapes. Then Springer published another book on landscapes and landforms of India. And not only those, some army veterans, this is very interesting, and I like to devote 5 minutes on this aspect, Atulya Ganga. Very recently, a couple of army officers of the rank of the Major General and Lieutenant General, and down to the some people, I think Dr. Harsh Gupta was also initially involved with that. They came forward and they said that, well, we are now retired from the army, from serving the nation, but our job is not finished. We must come forward and save rivers like Ganga, because they are the heritage which has come from great Puranas to us. And to start with, what they did a Mundumal Prikrama. This is a new term coined, because right from one side of the Ganges, they crossed up to the Ganga Sagar, they crossed the Ganges, went up to the other side, and then went up to Gomukh. So they encircled, or they did a Prikrama of the entire Mother Ganges. At every spot, they did the river sampling, pollution mapping, they called it. They probed the trees and plants. They had several verticals. So they did all this just to create an awareness between the people that, well, this can be done. And when retired people from the army can do it, why not people, those who are in power, those who are still studying, and those who feel something for the country? So I really feel for them. Recently, they have also taken over upon the Yamuna. They did a cyclothon on Yamuna, and they covered Yamuna right from its start from the Pithoragarh side in the Himalayas in UP up to the Agra. They went on the cycles. And in the en route, they created a lot of awareness. They involved NCC people, they involved school students, and they involved some local people from Kanpur, for example, those who were keen to save the rivers. Not only that, even the United Nations has now recognized the geodiversity, and they celebrated Geodiversity Day as October 6th. And the honor is this, that the UNESCO has recognized one of the sites of India as a UNESCO global site, and it is the cave deposits of Meghalaya. And these particular Maumulu caves, speleothems, they designate an age span of 4,200 years before present. So a new horizon or a new stage in our stratigraphic column has been created, which is called now the Meghalayan stage, and it is the uppermost part of the Holocene. And this is practically, it was not a government effort. It was an effort by individuals gathered together under the Society of Earth Scientists. They made a document, they sent it to UNESCO, and the gentleman, the secretary of the CES, went himself to Spain and argued for it, and he got it done. So when an individual or a small NGO, small organization can do it, I think the government should move forward. What are the challenges in geoheritage and geoconservation? I think I will not deal with it. Dr. Ravichandran has already dealt with it. But I will like to touch that under the goals of the United Nations 2030 United Nations Agenda for Sustainable Development, that was again touched by some of the previous speakers. 17 Sustainable Development Goals pertain to the earth sciences. Goal number 4, increasing the quality of the education, and earth science education is involved. Goal number 6, have clean water. So preservation of our river systems, hydrological systems is involved, groundwater is involved. Promote decent work and economic growth. Goal number 8, organize sustainable city and communities. And this is done through geoparks. Goal number 11, understand the climate change. Now that is a very important part where everybody is involved. Everybody wants to do something. That is goal 13. And the last one is the most important for us: protect, restore, promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystem, combat desertification, and halt biodiversity loss. Now, this was one slide I wanted to show you, and one of the writers, he wrote in Times of India, and he said that rock formations are the archives of Earth. They can help us explore the origin of life, and the rocks, in fact, speak to us. I don't know, many of you must be knowing that there's a Britisher, he made a small documentary for children. And most of you must have known this story. And like Kalidas version of Meghdut, he takes up a trilobite and he talks to a girl. And this trilobite is speaking to the girl that, well, I have gone from ocean to the Mount Everest, to the Himalaya. And during my journey from the, how the oceans, Tethys Sea became the sediments, and sediments were uplifted and made Himalayas. So trilobites are these fossils in the Cambrians, about 500 or million years old, roughly. So he says, through trilobite, that my journey from ocean to the Everest is so fascinating. If I start telling you, I will take more than 200 million years. And then he narrates to the girl how he has come from the ocean, how he was thrusted, how the plates moved, how he got jumbled up in the high altitude, and then how he climbed these altitudes, and he was lodged in the Himalayas, and at a very high level of about 5,000 meters. So such sort of stories, they are very, very, very illuminating. And if we can develop some sort of the comics like that for our students, it will be very good. As Dr. Harshgupta also said, we should devote particular days when we can educate our school children that what is the earth, how we can save ourselves from the natural disasters and things like that. Now, see here, you must have known Dr. Bhargava. He's a very well-known earth scientist who has worked for several decades in Himalayas. He has, worked in the Spiti Valley and Ladakh. And in the second slide, if you find here, this one, this is a terrain, which is in Ladakh. Sorry. And he finds that a road is being constructed through this very, very sensitive zone. And he is at a loss to understand that what will happen if this comes through, how it's not only the question of preserving the geology, it is the question of the, sustainability of the Himalayas. What will happen to these? And you see all those slides on the other side. Even if we put concrete on the slopes, it is not going to stop the movement of the mountains. Everybody knows, it's a general knowledge, when the strain accumulates, all these mountains will, along with the landslide, these all concrete walls will be washed away. So I don't know why people don't understand that in a ecologically and very sensitive areas of Himalaya, which are still young, which are still coming up, you can't build such things. You can't build a four-lane road, because ultimately it will all be washed away. along with the vehicles, along with the traffic. So I think the geoparks are the best way of preserving your geoheritage, preserving the geoconservation. There are 177 UNESCO geoparks world over. And you see that China has got 41, Spain has got 15, Japan has 9, India has none. We have some fossil parks. There's one in Saketi, there's one in Gujarat, others are there. But you see, this is a table, UNESCO Global Parks, and you can see that Africa, Asia, Oceania, Europe, North America, Central America, and Asia, 57, most of them are in China. So why can't we do, when we have the resources, we have the geology, we have everything with us. It doesn't take much money. And geopark is such a beautiful concept, you know, it is also an economical aspect, because what you do in a geopark, you take a nodal point of a geoheritage, you take the biodiversity, you take the local population, indigenous population, you see their cultural history, you see their historical aspects, you see what artifacts they are developing, and you create some sort of an area, and which is a sustainable proposition, and this can take care of itself. The people, those who live in that area, they will maintain this geopark. You don't have to do it. The government doesn't have to do it. They will sell their products. Tourists will come. So it will take care of itself. So it is not a, you know, very high area where a lot of money is involved. You only have to got a concept. You have to put things together, and you have to ask the community to come forward and save that area. And everything will be done by the community. This, of course, I can leave. And these are the potential, you know, geopark sites. You can go through this, that Atal Fossil Park in Jaisalmer. We have got huge wooden blocks, wooden tree trunks, which are now available as fossils. We have got the Aramati Dobu, which Dr. Ravichandran showed in the Vizag, the red sand, you know, escarpment, which represents a glacial and period. We have got the Zawar Rajasthan retorts smelting, which is a world-known technology which India was having, and India only gave the smelting of for zinc to the world. And there was one news column which said that the Ramgarh crater in Rajasthan is a very ideal place for becoming a geopark site. Then there are other areas like the Tirumala Arc, Saketi Fossil Park, the mining areas. Rivoli is already on the list. This is the work that I was referring that Dr. Benita and others have done in Ladakh, and they have identified so many areas which are so crucial for understanding the paleoclimate and the paleogeographical of the area. So we must try to preserve them through, of course, a legislation. We have only one earth, gentlemen and ladies. We have to take care of it. Thank you.
A big thank you to sir for your insightful and interesting talk. Moving on to our next speaker. I'm really privileged to have the opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dhiraj Mohan Banerjee, my teacher, and a source of inspiration for many generations of geoscientists. Professor Dhiraj Mohan Banerjee has 63 years of involvement with various aspects of geoscience-related activities, with major scientific contributions in the field of Precambrian sedimentology, sediment geochemistry, phosphate rocks, and arsenic pollution of groundwater. He is presently involved in promoting the concept and application of geoethics and conservation of geoheritage sites. Professor Banerjee began his career from the University of Lucknow with half a century of association with Delhi University as a teaching faculty. And subsequently, he became an INSA senior scientist, honorary scientist, and currently holds the position of emeritus scientist. He has received British Council Young Scientist Award, Senior Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship, has INSA JSPS Fellowship, National Medal Award, and has been the visiting professors in many European institutes and served as leaders of several IGCP, IUGS, IGC programs of global significance. He has served as the chairman and member of several national and international geoscientific organizations and scientific boards. Aside from his talents and advocacies, he is also a prestigious author of a number of publications and books, edited research volumes, and has a number of international collaborations to his name. On a final note, he is also a fascinating individual, and we are grateful for his presence among us today. With further ado, please join me in welcoming him to deliver a talk on development and survival of Homo sapiens. Sir.
Hello, good day, good noon, and in the middle of the day. I have the privilege of being introduced by my own student, which the other three speakers did not have. So yeah, so this is an honor which I really cherish, and I really appreciate the way Ashima has introduced me. We have had a very good student-teacher relationship in the university, and we have had some very good time when I was a teacher in Delhi University. It is very unfortunate that I don't go there anymore and I don't teach anymore, and although I wish to do it, because that has been my main forte. That teaching was my main forte, and so therefore I definitely like to keep on teaching all my life. So today I will talk to a very different topic, which all of you may not have thought of it. It is because we have an habit, all of us have a habit, or habit rather, everybody of in India or any of the world, we always find a scapegoat that these are the things which are causing harm to our environment. We find that, okay, the catalytic converter in the car is good. Is it because of that we are having a problem? We'll also say that there is a burning of the grasses and other things causing problem. That means we always find a scapegoat, and they want to cover it. We have not covered one, we have not seen the one main scapegoat, which I want to say. One person whom they have not considered it is the man himself. What I'm saying, you have not talked about the man himself who is responsible for the whole calamity what we are doing in. And this is what I wanted to prove, that how the Homo sapiens and development together have to survive. Because I will just come to that point when we want to compare with the development with the survival of the human being. I say the Homo sapien is the only biological species capable of substantially raising its energy consumption above the level of an average metabolic rate that covers the physiological energy expenditure of the active individual. Active individual uses about between 8,400 to 70,000 kilojoules per day. This is an average expenditure. And human species, the man, Homo sapiens, they use it. Hence, it deserves to be named not as Homo sapien, it should be called Homo technicus, it should be called Homo electricus. That this is a thing, this is why they are dependent only on that. So the Homo, if you see, the Homo neanderthals, our precursor animal, as well as the Homo sapiens about 40,000 years ago, were very poor consumers of energy. They didn't use energy. How, when they started it, when they discovered fire, the early man discovered fire and raised the energy consumption levels, and the inherent danger of such development are being assessed in many ancient literature. We have already been discussed in many places, you will discuss this thing. Man as a conspicuous energy consumer emerged during the latest stage of anthropogenesis, in which biological and cultural evolution tended to blend or overlap. Now, man on its own is also a geochemical entity, with carbon and phosphorus as the major constituents of the human body. All bones are made up of hydroxyapatites. And therefore, it is directly related to the total phosphorus and carbon reservoir of the earth. That means if you see the total reservoir, the human being and every man carrying so much of phosphorus in their body in the form of skeleton, you can imagine how much of material has been transported and transferred from one reservoir to the other. That means there is a reservoir which was an oceanic reservoir is now on the land. Now that means this balance is being created, and this is what I'm trying to emphasize. Now the periodic depletion, I'm reading through this. The periodic depletion and increase in the elemental reservoir of the world oceans resulted in the uneven distribution of organisms through the entire Earth history. We started from the Cambrian, Precambrian, when there was no life, with all the phosphorus and all the carbon and everything was in the ocean itself. Then we started having the Cambrian, they transferred that phosphorus and carbon to the land, and gradually more and more animals evolved, and then finally man arrived. Then more and more phosphorus and the carbon was transferred from the ocean to the land. Now, man played a role in making this geochemical disbalance concomitant with the Industrial Revolution and the increasing population. Now, therefore, the man's involvement in changing the geochemical imbalance is through two modes of human metabolism. One is physiological metabolism with a standard metabolic rate as the absolute energy base level, and most important is extrasomatic or called extracorporeal variant with virtually no upper limit energy consumption of energy demand. So extrasomatic metabolism of the human race is currently the focus of environmental concern. Now, what do we mean that? It's waste product. We are using waste product are manifest in contemporary industrial societies in the form of emissions of various kinds, like furnaces, automobile exhaust, and also methane, which discharges from the rice paddy field and worldwide domestic ungulated livestock. On the other hand, the exploitation of fossil energy like coal, oil, gas, etc., since the Industrial Revolution has brought affluence, mind the point, has brought the affluence to modern societies, because we became affluent only because of the industrialization, and which is unprecedented in the history of mankind. Now, exponential population growth on a global scale has led to a dramatic upsurge in total number of human individuals scrambling for energy in the form of food, shelter, transport, and other needs, which is expressed by increasing economic growth rates. Now, this has progressively strained the capacity of the environment. Now, mind it, it has strained the capacity of the environment for absorbing man's extrasomatic waste. This brings us to a very essential of the issue, that in spite of several other reasons for the observed deterioration, the toxification of our physical environment can be ultimately related to a single cause, namely the exceptionally high population densities of one single biological superdominant Homo sapiens. Living systems have an intrinsic drive to proliferate until encounters externally imposed limits. and strives to occupy all empty spaces, wherever there is an empty space, thereby straining the spatial and nutritional capacity of the environment, leading to virtual exhaustion. When you keep on adding to it, then there is no space. When there is nothing, like if you put it in a room, 100 people here, then instead that put 100 people, 1,000 people, then we want to 10,000 people. Where will be space? There will be no space left. Therefore, the room will not be able to serve the purpose for which you are using it. So similarly, the earth is having, it has got limited space. The limited space are being filled by more persons, and then gradually it is not allowing the earth to sustain it. Now, by virtue of the adaptive faculties, organisms were consequently extremely successful in populating a wide range of habitats, inclusive of extraordinary harsh and inhospitable reaches such as brines, glaciers, and endothermic ports, like Yellowstone Park also has got organisms. The trend towards unrestricted proliferation usually culminates in a steady state called biotic plenitude. Biotic plenitude means there is a fullness. Everything is full now. Like you put water, keep on putting in a glass water, and ultimately when water is spilling out of it, then you call the water has the glass has reached its plenitude. It is fullness. You cannot put anything more than that. This is what is happening. That is fullness in which components of a given ecosystem, having completely occupied the available space and exhausted its nutrition supplies. It is in fact only such a state of absolute biotic saturation of a given habitat that is capable of enforcing zero growth of a standing crop or the population. Now I come to this thing, any attempt, now we want to change it. I'm going against it. Any attempt to reverse the situation has to start with a targeted effort to impose limits on our boundless procreation of the excessively procreating species, aiming at zero growth or declining growth compatible to the carrying capacity of the environment. Now, if there is, suppose you take, there is no external constraint, the population tend to increase exponentially according to logistic curve, which I will show you just now, that reflects the growth of a population within a finite ecosystem and constitute the integral of a differential equation, a very simple equation, dn by dt r n k by n by k. Now, according to this relationship, the increase of population n is proportional to n to a factor r, expressing the potential average increase of this population with no external coercion imposed and a negative feedback from by k by n k, reflecting the proportion of vacant spaces. Vacant spaces means of life opportunities where you can go and live and sustain yourself, to the total number of spaces k available within the student. Total number of k is available, but you are adding more k plus n. So then naturally you will not be able to sustain it. So this is a logistic curve which you see for some time. It goes on, number of individuals increasing, and then come to a plateau. Now, K here is the numerical expression for the upper ceiling, that is limit to growth. This logistic curve provides a plausible model for the observation that living population tend to proliferate exponentially until they hit a ceiling. They hit a ceiling where you have here, which inhibits the further increase of the community. Now, the saturation level K here, which is given here on the flat line on that, saturation level K, therefore, represents an upper limit of standing population, which is then fixed at quasi-stationary level due to a balance between birth and death rates in the community. Now, in view of the obvious existence of boundary conditions, in the presence of carbon dioxide and solar energy for the density of the biological population, that is standing biomass, that is standing biomass per unit, the principal factor that have constrained biomass growth ever since the oldest microbial system at 3.5 to 3 gigayears ago. There are three factors. Factor one, the availability of biologically utilizable reducing power for the reduction of carbon dioxide to carbohydrate level in autotrophic pathway of carbon fixation, like what we have in algae and cyanobacteria and other thing in Precambrian life, which resulted into formation of stromatolites and other thing. It is irrelevant for the species like ours. For ours, it has got no meaning. We are not autotrophic. So because we are entertaining a heterotrophic way of life. Factor 2 is the availability of critical nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen. The trophic controls in the widest sense certainly have imposed severe limits of population growth during the history of mankind, both phosphorus in the form of food. When the food is not available, there has been population have been wiped off. Famines have wiped off some of the major reasons. Droughts have, so all those things, this critical nutrient availability has created a mass destruction of the human population. Now, for factor 3 is the autotoxic effects induced by excessive release of metabolic waste. Now mind it here, metabolic waste, we are responsible in high density ecosystems is responsible for accumulation of toxic waste and creating local environmental nuisance. All that material that you come out of your toilets, they all produces the metabolic waste, and there are billions and billions and billions of tons of it comes out every hour, everywhere, and they are adding up to an environmental concern, and very little work has been done on this thing. The Industrial Revolution has shown the importance of role played by the third factor, that is the autotoxic effect. That is the most important, caused by the accumulation of toxic waste released by the extrasomatic metabolism of our species, the Homo sapiens. Therefore, the increased energy level has caused increased autotoxic effects. At the same time, it is a common knowledge, then increased utilization of fossil carbon is causing grave environmental problem. We are always talking about there is burning of this thing and the carbon problem and carbon credit system, and also by adding CO2, SO2, methane, chloride, radioactive waste, etc., etc. Now, transition from a hunter-gatherer economy to recent agricultural revolution allowed all nations across the globe to reduce the allocation of labor to the agriculture sector and move them to the industrial sector. Now, through intellectual endeavor and effective social organization, humans have circumvented major nutritional deadlocks since prehistoric time, with dramatic increase in food production. Now, if you see that dramatic, there was a time when India was free, then we were actually buying wheat from US, and we had ration shop where limited amount of material was given. Now we are surplus country, we are adding. So everywhere there is Ukraine has been growing, and then it's producing more wheat than what the world wants. So there has been a human ingenuity, and they have been creating this thing. They have added people. Now, with the accumulation of increasing agricultural surpluses, the shortage of food is not likely to be an interesting constraint for further numeric growth of mankind. There will be more food, and more people will survive. Nevertheless, the finite carrying capacity of the planet as a whole will certainly impose discrete limits on food production, although given human ingenuity, it is difficult to predict the level at which such limits will be ultimately enforced. Because on the other hand, here comes the problem. On the other hand, the increased energy flow has also led to more affluence and increased life expectancy. We are all living more than our predecessors were living. Increased GDP is evidently rooted in increasing rate of energy consumption. Hence, effort to solve this dilemma will have to proceed with an axiom that there is no way we can afford to go back from high energy to low energy technology. Are we ready? Now, naive criticism of modern industrial society usually ignores the fact that the average individual now enjoys an increased energy flow, which has provided the base physical base for an improvement in the general living condition and an increase in the life expectancy, near doubling of lifespans of the whole population. There is a general covariance between the energy-related GDP and general life expectancy. Now, the principal factor promoting longevity in the humans, such as balanced nutrition, evasion of excessive body toil, intensive medical care, are all attributes of developed societies. They are all characterized by formidable rates of energy consumption. To implement a large-scale medical care program, society has to allocate sizable portion of resources to a primary medical sector, which in itself is unproductive. Medical sector is unproductive. It is not producing anything. It is simply treating you and giving you life. But it is unproductive. It is not adding anything to our system. Though innovation with significant impacts on average life expectancy, such as water quality immunization program, are not particularly energy intensive in themselves, but they nevertheless rely on the scientific and economic infrastructure of a well-organized international community. Now, a striking demonstration of this covariance between the energy-related GDP and life expectancy has been provided by socio-economic framework of former West and East Germany, with lifespan cuts from 75 to 69, West Germany to East Germany, and 78 to 70 for women. This is a very important thing. As a result of this involuntary historical experiment, it can be proclaimed that the average life expectancy of individuals of broadly the same gene pool is apt to vary significantly in response to socio-economic environment. Now, substantial cutback in the energy consumption will lead to what happen? What will happen? We cut down. Substantial cutback in energy consumption will lead to lower GDP and poorer living condition, which is just antithesis of the pursuit of happiness. It will be just opposite to it what we want. If you cut down your energy consumption, your happiness will. Nobody will agree. Now here I am asking you, nobody will agree to get out of their comfort level, like air conditioning or jet travel or fancy food and clothes, which require enormous energy to operate and manufacture. How many of you will say that I will not travel by air because jet fuel is there? How many will say that we will not run the air conditioner at home and other things? Nobody will do. But we are also time consuming energy. Now, there is no way out of this dilemma except heavy investment in developing clean resources, efficient use of energy, and hydrogen-based technology. The new technological innovations will be overprinted by the increasing demand of the increasing population. This is important. More and more things, more electrical, we will get an electrical car. Now there will be many, instead of a 10 electric car, you will get 100 electrical car now, people using it. So you are adding up because say it is not polluting. But therefore, increasing demand with the increasing population. Now, unless we sincerely resort, finally, to ultimate fix, aiming at a numerical stabilization of the world population at a level compatible with the acceptable standard for the quality of human life and the carrying, most important, the carrying capacity of the earth as a whole. Hence, the final decisive factor is the restriction on the number of individuals on earth, conforming to the carrying capacity of the earth environment. The birth control may be assigned the role of final decisive technological fix for our environmental problem, since population growth constitutes an ever-continuing onslaught on the biological impulse against the establishment of affluence in most parts of the world. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your thoughts, and I'm sure it will make us think about the carrying capacity and other issues associated with it. Now I will request, this is the last short 30 minutes panel discussion. I would request the panel chairs, Dr. Meenal Mishra and Dr. Rupini, both of them,
and the rapporteurs, Dr. Vimal Singh and Dr. Sushmita Bhaskar, to discuss about it, open discussion about earth science for sustainability. So we will have only half an hour. After that, we will have the lunch. So it's 30 minutes. So now it's 1:30. So don't make it too long. 30 minutes. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Professor Bhaskar. And good afternoon to all of you and happy Earth Day to all of you. So now it's time for panel discussion after 5 excellent illuminating lectures or deliberations. The topic of today's panel discussion is Earth Science and Sustainable Development. 2030 UN Agenda has 17 agendas pertaining to earth science, and the first one is science education. Earth science education. Actually, every day is the Earth Day, as Professor Bhaskar said, and this G20 agenda, it is one Earth, one family, and one future. Basically, what I feel that when it comes to education, we are not as good as the earth science education is done in the counterpart, like in the Western world. They educate their kids from the very beginning so that they respect all the resources pertaining to earth, and they make judicious use of all the earth resources. So we should develop a curriculum which includes all these aspects from very beginning, so that we make sustainable use of the earth resources. Now at this platform, I would just like to share just for 1 minute. We at IGNOU have introduced geology courses in English as well as in Hindi, pan-India, and we have taken geology to doorsteps. Our annual enrollment for geology courses is around 2,500. So that way we are promoting geology, and under your guidance, we can think of developing new courses which are offered pan-India. And in the morning, we had a discussion with Professor Harsh Gupta, sir. So we are just thinking to take this course, developing a course on earthquake, and educating our kids about its preparedness and awareness. So we will take it soon. One thing more I want to add, that when we did a kind of research, we found that at school level, there are only 2 to 3% weightage given to geology courses in the school curriculum. Only 2 to 3%. And geology is nowhere as a subject in school. Okay, fine. But if you are educating the kid for French and then Spanish and Chinese and this and that, it is our foremost duty to educate our kids regarding geology and various aspects of earth science. What I feel I don't know, that why can't we revamp the entire curriculum at school level, and we can take a umbrella term as earth system science, geology, geography, and environmental science all together. Now the time has come that we should think of a curriculum in integrating all the 4 spheres, like biosphere, lithosphere, atmosphere, and hydrosphere, including pedosphere, and also blend in some cultural aspects and educate our kids. We need to change this earth science in our country from the grassroots level. So I just invite my colleague, Professor Rupni, to please continue further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, Professor Miran, ma'am. And good afternoon to everyone. And a special thanks to Professor R. Bhaskar, sir, for giving me the opportunity to act as a chair. So in addition to Professor Meenal Mishra, I would like to add on that we, the faculty from Indira Gandhi National Open University and Environmental Studies discipline, we also developed Master of Arts in Environmental and Occupational Health programs to promote environmental health as well as the occupational health, where the entire generation or the entire population of India, especially working under a tremendous pressure. And so just I have gathered some information from the all the eminent speakers before concluding, before compiling that, just I would like to give my, I want to put forward my ideas, sir, if permits. Okay, thank you. So it is very compelling to see how these, what is that, health as well as the prosperous living, so many things we have discussed about societies as well as cultures today. And also the different perspectives as well as the approaches that are brought together to capture and address multi-layered complexities in relation to human activities and behaviors. And I personally feel that the entire today's discussion focused on deriving dynamic framework for addressing the environmental complexities in 5 dimensions, especially they are that is personal, social, cultural, institutional, as well as the political. So all these things we have discussed as well as debated. And this gives us a novel and challenging situation to address. So every one of us have been working on the way we are inclined to believe how these 5 dimensions respond to each other. And also it draws the most appropriate hypothesis to study the craft, the eclectic approaches, what we have heard, as well as to integrate different perspectives to solve complex problems by encompassing methodologies, methods, and other worldviews. And I would like to thank the face-to-face scholars as well as the participants. And thanks to everyone, those who are associated through online or the virtual mode, and for being a part of this program to bring the seminar more interactive, communicative, information based and holistic way of thinking to see how these respond to each other. And I hope the rest of the session will definitely add value and give more ways to solving various concerns. So some points I have gathered over here. So today's theme is Earth Day as well as the sustainable development, how we have to interrelate with each other. And of course, all these eminent speakers, I'm very much fortunate to listen to you, sir. And I would like to, and then we would like to associate especially. And I don't know whether to say or not, but everyone, all the speakers, those who have deliberated upon today's issues, they are very, very young. That is 20 years with an experience of 30, 40, 50 or 60 years altogether. That means still you are very enthusiastically, you are encouraging every one of us, and of course, gently you are reminding the entire responsibility of each and every individual on earth. So these are the sustainable development goals, Professor Rasika Ravindran sir already explained, which are associated as well as we can correlate for the Earth Day. That is a 3rd goal, that is a good health and well-being. And 4th one, that is a quality education. And 10th goal is reduced inequalities. And 13th is climate action. And 11th is the sustainable cities and communities. And 14th is life below water. And 15th goal is life on land. And 16th one, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So all these are some of the important factors, are some of the important sustainable goals which we can correlate with this Earth Day. And before what is that opening of this panel discussion for the those who are present over here as well as the connected with the virtual mode. So I would like to give a brief glimpses of what our speakers told about or the deliberated upon. And the first one that is the significant, Professor Dr. Ravichandran sir has given a brief account about the significance of geological for human development. And he talked about geoheritage, and he explicitly explained about blue economy. And also he has given a responsibility of humans towards the Earth Day. And also the second speaker, that is Professor Narendra Kumar Mehra sir, he explained about this Science at 20 and mainly focused on 3 focal points. So clean energy, universal holistic health, and connecting science to societies as well as culture. And also he explained about One Health. So what we have already at the beginning of this session, Professor R. Bhaskar, that is a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So that is a one earth, and then one planet, one family, one future. And here he also added one thing, that is One Health. And Professor Harsh Gupta sir also highlighted about the earthquakes, and also he has given reasons as well as consequences and how to live with it. So without escaping from that, we have to how to live with it. And also he has given a great idea about the awareness, bringing awareness generation, or we can say that within the school children, and by celebrating the Earth Day, and also by giving the mock drills and identifying earthquake spots and various earthquake early warning systems and lifeline buildings. And also the other speakers, Professor Rasik Ravindran ji, he also spoke about geoheritage and geoparks and protected areas and sites and geological monuments, and with respect to the Antarctica region. And very interestingly, he has given narrated, we can say that, a love story about the development and preservation of heritage, about the concept with pictograms, and also concluded with the gentle gesture of the reminding our responsibility by saying we have only one earth. So that is our common sense, but everyone's common sense, how to go about it. And Professor Banerjee sir, and I'm very much thankful to you, sir, seriously. And the first time I'm listening to you, and then you have clearly spoken about the development and the survival of Homo sapiens. Of course, we are the Homo sapiens, and we all are privileged to listen you, sir. You are the youngest among all other speakers with more than 50 years of experience. So you are emphasized the significance of Homo sapiens, and we are responsible for the construction as well as the destruction of the environment by geochemical disturbances or the disbalances. And also you have talked about extrasomatic metabolism, which are caused by the humans. And you have mildly scolded every one of us by the greediness of the Homo sapiens by using the occupying available space, and explained explicitly about the carrying capacity by the differential equations. And also the you have also talked about, you have covered the by giving this scientific statement about the hunter-gatherer economy to agricultural revolution, and also to the low energy economy by explaining with the 3 principal factors. And the energy, a very scientific statement you have given, that energy related GDP to the life expectancy, that speaks volumes, sir, about the global picture of the greediness of the Homo sapiens with the same gene pool. So you also ultimately given ultimatum that ultimate fix is directly proportional to the carrying capacity of Earth as a whole, and technological fix for the energy conservation. So with these topics, what we have covered, and other than these topics, are any add-on topics if you want to give whether the participants over here or otherwise the participants, those who are virtually connected to us, may kindly give your opinions within taking by 1 minute or 1.5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think we have got some wonderful talks today. But the thing is, when we talk about earth science and sustainable development goals, the most important thing is how many earth scientists actually associate or attach themselves, see themselves with sustainable development goals. There are 17 of them, and the book that that has recently come out, it's sort of a report with some international collaboration. So in that, what we have done is we have basically tried and shown examples which actually links all the 17 sustainable development goals with the earth scientist. Because what has been done is it has been divided into people, planet, and prosperity. So this entire sustainable development goal, it is about the wellness of the people. It's about the wellness of the people. But when a geoscientist, when they look at it, we do not really relate ourselves directly to it, because the moment someone says that, okay, no poverty, what does it mean? How do geology actually comes into it? There was this talk by Gupta sir on earthquake. One earthquake can force several families into poverty, so they can lose everything. So that is one big example where the geoscientists actually directly play a role, because they can provide you safe habitat. Then hunger, zero hunger. Again, we don't really see ourselves. Now there is a term called hidden hunger. So which is basically the micronutrients, deficiency of nutrients. So who will basically look at it? So soil scientists, they are basically looking at this micronutrients which are presented to it. So likewise, there are so many, this report actually consists of all these examples. And the whole idea of this was to actually make scientists aware of how they can basically play an important role and link with the society and address the challenges that are lying in front of us. So this was the whole idea. And definitely it is free of cost. It is available on geoscience in action.org. It is published by AGU and also supported by UNESCO. So this was the whole idea. Now the thing is, there are points which we geoscientists have been raising since beginning, and also Meenal madam actually talked about it. It's about the education at school level, because if you look at the textbooks, now there is some geology, there is some geomorphology. It's scattered here and there, but it's not really forced upon. But now it is said that everyone has to read the environmental science from the college level. So there is this paper of environmental science, which everyone has to read. But why can't there be such subject from school level? Because that is where they are basically, because the moment student basically crosses the age of 13, 14, it becomes just as passing. They have to score some marks, they have to pass. And at the college level, that's just a paper that they have to pass. So it is not really inculcated. Those habits are not basically they don't really learn about this, the importance of it. So that is where it becomes very important that, okay, you pass or fail, but this is something which is life lesson, which is given to you for sustainable development. It is required that you learn these things. Then communicating with society becomes very easy, because that is the big gap that we have. We are doing many things, but the society is basically cut off. They do not really link themselves with the geoscientists. So that gap will be basically minimized if the students are told since the beginning about the importance of it, that how it plays an important role, why it is important. So these are some of the points that I wanted to basically initiate. But yes, now probably we can ask others' opinion.
Yeah, now that we have come to the point of art, science, and sustainable development, as Bimal sir also raised the point, how to make the mass aware. And here comes the question, how to communicate. Now coming to communication or education to school children, what I personally think is the biggest drawback is not having books in regional languages. If you want to reach to the common mass, you need to have, as an academia, we need to think about making the material which we are wanting to communicate to the grassroots workers on a regional language. I am talking about the frailties of Homo sapiens, which sir also addressed. As as an Assamese, I speak either in English geology. I speak English. My communication medium is English. And when I have to see Hindi, even Hindi script for geology, I am little overwhelmed. I don't understand it. But if you want to reach to school children, most of the school children in most states of ours are still getting educated in regional language, which is very good. Absolutely. That's mother tongue is the biggest and the most strongest way of communication. You can express yourself the best in your mother tongue. This is what all people will agree to. But the point is that, do we have that material? We do not have that. If I'm now forced into a situation where I'm willing to teach geosciences to a school children, all my terminologies will be in English. I will start saying igneous rocks, this rock, that rock. Where do we have the lucidity of language for communication? We require some material. We need to have some policy changes, and we need to put force into it that some people who are good at it, who are good at the language, we need to hire them to make our concerns available to them in a language in which they understand. If you say earthquake, when I talked to the maid who was with me, then she started telling a certain terminology. I was taken aback that this they say as a replacement for earthquake. I have never heard such a term before. The language they use, we do not even know. Because recently there was an earthquake in Delhi, and the term she said that kal to bhabhi aisa aaya tha. I said, what aaya tha? फिर मुझे समझने में वक्त लगा कि वो क्या कहना चाह रही है। वो earthquake के बारे में कह रही है, जो मेरे जहन में कभी था ही नहीं कि earthquake को इस तरह से भी कोई बोल सकता है। मैं तो हमेशा से earthquake ही, I know earthquake. My parents used to use the word earthquake, bhukamp ya earthquake. So we need to have that link. This is, I think, one of the things where we are lacking. Having the books, yes, absolutely. In English, how much it will help is a question. Science, I think, has to be a layman's science. Then only we can make the inroads and can make them change in mentality. Change in mentality is what is required in Homo sapiens to save our planet. This is the bottom line. And that change in mentality will only come when we can rationally put it across to them in their language in which they understand it the best. And all the educated mass will definitely go to any kind of site to acquire knowledge. We require some basic things. This is what I want to suggest and to think over.
Just an intervene, give you a little bit of background thing. 2 or 3 points. Number 1 point, putting geology in the schools. When I was 2.5 years as the head geology department, I tried my best sitting with the NCERT chief, sitting with the UGC chairperson, going to the secretary in the Ministry of Education. I tried to talk to them, and not only one visit, number of visits, none of them agreed. Well, everybody was taking away. It's very nice you are saying that, but it is not possible. Everybody said, बच्चे का बस्ता भारी हो जाएगा. So this is the thing, बच्चे का बस्ता भारी हो जाएगा एक subject से. I told them that, secondly, there is not a single properly, I would say, I word you to be the question mark, educated geologist in NCERT board. NCERT board have the geographers who write geology chapters, geology articles. They don't know the difference between the igneous rock and a sedimentary rock and metamorphic rock. And then they write text to that. So NCERT doesn't have any geologist who is there who can support them. So such like if there is no geology, nobody there to fight a case for geology there. No, this is a policy matter. This is the policy. This is not. I tried. I'm talking about 2000. From 2000 to 2003, I was head, and I tried my best. And it is almost 20 years. Every day it was. Minel said, "This is high time that we have come." We also said the same word in 2000 that it was a high time that we have come. The high time has been coming for last 25 years. And nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. And nothing will happen unless and until somebody very strong person gets into the Ministry of Education or some secretary who is really convinced. Because what I feel, he was a secretary in the ministry and now I is a secretary there. I know these secretaries will not be able to do anything unless there is a political patronage behind it. You have to convince the political patronage to get things done. Otherwise, even if they want to do it, they will not be able to do it. There are many people, they all had very good intentions of doing it, but they have never been able to do it. So this is a second point which I want to comment on. Using the language, local language. Is a plus point and the negative point also there. Number one, that how many of us teaching in the university in proper English? I have seen students talking to the class in a absolutely broken English. So what do you think about that? If even English is not good, then what do you talk about this thing? Even in why forget about it? Your own department, there are some who cannot even write a single sentence correctly. So this is the thing which will go on and like that. So it is definitely good that if you use your mother tongue, then you will be able to understand better. But again, everything is West oriented. Everybody wants to be educated to go to West. And for that, you need English. So you have to have an English and there is no other way out. Why? You may be able to train a good geologist as by a local language. He may be able to use
No,
his
sir.
language.
Knowing English for an academic career is a different issue. And I think for general awareness,
yes.
knowing the local
Yeah,
language.
local language
a
is
different
definitely
issue.
better. But even look
Yeah,
at
if you want to make the general mass
look at
aware, like we
Astima.
have
Astima since from independence, we are trying to put Hindi in the schools. At least in North India. North India, I come from Lucknow. So heart of Hindi belt. Even then, people in the Hindi belt cannot take a class in Hindi. If you go to a geology class, I can take class. I have taken classes in Hindi also, although it is not my mother tongue. But there are people who are there, they are not able to speak in even today. There are some books, some primitive books which are there, which can be. So now, Harsh, I want to have some point.
See, I just want to get to the very basics. First of all, there is no Nobel laureate till today who was educated in a language other than his or her mother tongue, basic education. So when you are loading a child with CUT cut and PUT put and all those things, the first 7-8 years are the most formative year for the brain. And half of it is lost in this language problem. Now, having said that, unless until our mindset changes, I've seen people living in Delhi and many other places who take pride in telling, "Aji, mere munne nu to Punjabi samajh nahi aandi. Angrezi vich hi banda karta hai, banda baat karta hai." So they take pride that their child cannot speak the mother tongue.
Yes, very cool.
That is a proud moment. You see, I wrote my high school examination in Hindi.
I also.
And after that, I switched over to St. George's, wrote my senior Cambridge in English language. I had no problem.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say, okay, first 8 years, I did not go to school. I was taught at home. Now that kind of a thing is difficult. But what I'm trying to say that unless until we realize the importance and put that importance into the minds of the parents, that it is important that your child learns your mother tongue. And you see now, every child wants to go to a convent school where the medium of education is English. I couldn't send my children to a Hindi medium school because it was just not acceptable. And in the meantime, the school I studied in Hindi medium had 3 fields, 3 football fields, that size. We had a sports period. We had rooms, no more than 40 students sat in a room. There was a fan, of course, AC had not come. And all of us had our own desk in which we lock our books. So we did not carry those huge bags home and all that. So we have totally destroyed the education system in the country. And the people who are trying to improve it don't understand what they are doing. So unless until we understand the importance of learning in your own mother tongue, and this cannot start, there has to be some sacrifice somewhere. Otherwise, this would not happen. Now, as far as the books in regional language is concerned, Geological Society of India has produced many books in regional languages. Geology of each state is available in the concerned language. So now our problem is that no one is buying those books.
Nobody is buying, and those who have bought, I can ask them, have they read them? They have not.
So you see, all that effort that the Geological Society of India did in producing books in the local languages is not making any difference. So, I must say it is a difficult situation, and I don't know what the solution is. I must say we can always keep on telling this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem, but solutions. But it doesn't mean that we should be hopeless. You see, the point is this, one more minute. The point is this, that in Japan, every child goes through Japanese language. And I think in Asia, they have won the most Nobel Prizes. In small little countries, if you go to Netherlands, if you go to Belgium, small countries, 10 million, 15 million population, they're taught in their language and then they pick up. So this has to come into us. How many of us are ready to send our children to our mother tongue school? All of us have children.
Nobody will come.
Huh? Yeah.
This is the fun. Yeah. No.
Actually, the problem is not about as Ashima was trying to basically differentiate between the two. It's not a problem if we have English textbook for geology for those who are in schools or colleges and so. But it is about speaking to the common man, common public, telling them about geology in their own language, how they can understand. That is the key thing. For that, we don't really need books. We need these concepts to come out in society. People should know about it. People should know about it because there has to be some articles, communication, popular articles for common people. They can basically feed upon that. There should be programs which I remember that when we were growing up, we used to have this on Doordarshan Turning Point. There was this program that used to come. So it was science. We got fascinated to science, seeing that turning point. Today, you open the television, you will only hear the political things. So our mind actually gets trained. There is no science program. And the science programs that are made also, they are so monotonous that no one wants to watch that. How many of, we have not really tried to make a series like BBC that they have deep time where we have basically, there is a host who is going across the different landscape and showing about the importance, which was basically in TRP. It was about many of the popular programs. So that's one of the issues. But we can basically come back again to our issue of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also the school thing that as Banerjee sir was saying that he has tried hard. But maybe it's time to change the strategy. We should not really force this as the 5 subjects that are taught. It could be something like they have got physical science, they have got music, they have got SUPW period and all. They can have one more, earth science. We are not forcing them, okay, you have it, but consistently, right from class 1 to class 12, they have this thing that they have to take this, they have to study it. Let us try to force it at that level. For that, no one will have any issue. Means weekly, if they have got 1 lecture, 2 lectures, that is sufficient. They are learning something. So one can start from that, we can have a change in that. But now coming back to the sustainable development goal, earth science and sustainable development goal, regarding that, if somebody has got any
Yes, what Vimal said, this is one important point here, that in the textbook, what we have the sort of environmental studies or geography, what is it, let there be a chapter where geology is called earth science. Instead of putting it in a sort of a series, okay, mountain, this and that, people don't know when they come to university, they don't know geology or earth science as a subject. So let there be an earth science or geology as a topic in under which you do same thing, you put it under that topic. No, this is that is what I have been telling you. I know NCERT people, I know all the NCERT people there very intimately, and I know I have been fighting with them like anything, whenever there is a discussion. But they say, नहीं हमारे पास तो geographers हैं, हम लोग बहुत अच्छे, हम लोग बड़ा अच्छा जानते हैं. हमने कहा नहीं जानते हैं, आपको पता होना चाहिए, नहीं जानते हैं उनको.
Sir, yeah, sir. In virtual mode, I think Professor Ramesh Singh, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much for giving me time to speak. I spent 3 hours, okay, sitting with my Indian friends. I'm in California right now, 1:30, 1:45, okay. So I spent my time on Earth Day listening interesting talks. Otherwise, I could have turned on my TV to listen to what is happening with Atiq Ahmed and other people. Okay, so I think I spent good time. So let me say that there were people raised the problem of the books in a different language. Okay, we are mixing the issue. I mean, even if you start teaching in your own language, how many of us can send their children in that school? And because everybody would like to send their children in English school, okay. But what is needed that if we have books in a different language, then we can reach to the common people, okay, and tell them that this is all about the Earth system science, okay. So that is very much needed. So coming to the point to Dr. Banerjee, and what he mentioned that since last 20 years, he is talking about the geology, and geographers, they don't understand. This is the problem in India. We are trying to push our own agenda. Why geology? Now we should say that the Earth is system science or environmental science. Okay, where we should cover the land, ocean, cryosphere, atmosphere, biosphere. Okay, this is what I'm sitting here And every time, every semester, I'm teaching Earth System Science, Introduction to Earth System Science, where I cover the whole thing. Okay. So, Dr. Banerjee, please, now you're a big shot, a very influential person. You talk about the Earth System Science. Okay. So that will be really needed that we should do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sir, good afternoon. I would like to,
Introduce yourself because some of them I don't know.
sir, I'm Priyanka Negi from Department of Geology, working under Dr. Ashima Saikia. I have one question like, can you please add this geology subject in college level also? For instance, Delhi University has more than 89 college, but only one college have this geology. So this is also issue after completing my like PhD, where will I work, like employment issue.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ananya. Is my voice, am I audible? Okay. So we all talked about geology in the elementary science, in the elementary courses. I wanted to raise the fact that many of our colleges, even when they have geology, very few do have geology, and even when they have them, they do not have proper instrumentation. Many of our colleges all over the India do not have proper instrumentation for actual core geological processes, so that we can understand and go to the west. And actually we only move to the west because we don't have any opportunities here. When we want to actually test our data, we don't have instrumentations. Even a reputable college does not have that. So that is a main problem for us, and that can be easily solved. It just needs monetary, just needs money.
Ananya, I don't agree with what you say. Sorry. There are many institutions in India where you can send your samples, get them analysis. You don't have to send analysis.
Sir, I did not say that. And I have also done that. I have sent my samples and I've got the results 3 months, after 3 months, 6 months. So that is a problem. If my own university and an advanced center of sciences has something like that, it would be very beneficial for me.
Graduation level or post-graduation?
Post-graduation level, sir. Even PhD level, sir.
See, there is IUC and there is that Ministry of Earth Sciences.
There are many, but
let me finish. There is the Laboratories of Geological Survey of India, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Birbal Sani of Paleo Sciences. You can always send your samples there, and you have to stand in a line, of course, because there are already people. Yeah. Maybe because I am not. Yeah. Very quite possible. Quite possible.
Actually, I think we are deviating from the topic. We basically started with Earth science and sustainable development goals, and we have now started talking about the sustainability of Earth science itself. We are questioning it actually. So yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Sujang, and I'm doing my PhD under Dr. Kakule Gogoi. So regarding the sustainability and the knowledge, when I went for my fieldwork this past 2 years, the village people, they're quite interested what I was doing, and they really wanted to know like what valuables they have in their area. So they say that many GSI comes, many organizations comes, they come, they dig out the soil, they dig out the rock, but after that, nobody comes and say nothing. They're like, we are willing to learn what we have. We are willing to know what we have. So what I do is, it's hard to approach the very village people, the laymen, but what they, in every village, they have a student body, union body. So what I do is whatever is related to the village materials. Recently with the we village, they do this pottery systems and these iron ores and all. What I do is I give the student body the materials, the papers and all. So sometimes they are interested in their papers also. Many of them may not read, but they have the pictures related to that. Oh, there's my grandmother there in that picture making the pottery. Somehow that's how they are interested in. And during this field work, some of them, they come showing me these minerals. Yeah, I do say them that, okay, this is impure, it's not pure, so they have very less value. So those things, like how to approach the village people, giving them the knowledge, that way they'll be able to know that what valuables they have in their area. That way,
Very relevant. Very relevant thing. And in fact, this has happened with me also. We were working in Spiti area. And that is Spiti area, the local villages and all that. And small boy comes, we took a photograph of him. And then we published this photograph on our paper. He was so happy that, okay, this is a place, this is a geologically important place. And my photo is there. You what? Okay, I think we are. बोलना नहीं वीडियो ऑन कर दो. Okay, we have had interesting discussion on earth science and geology and sustainable development. And like last 30 years or 40 years, we again concluded that we are not able to do anything. We are ending up saying that we can't do anything. So we will do something. Therefore, what I'm saying, there are constraints. There are a lot of constraints. We say our education system is bad. Our this thing is bad. Our English people medium is there. And we cannot change that. It is not in our hand, neither your hand. You cannot change that. It is the government policy. Government policy and the people's policy. So we cannot change that. So what we have to find some way to do how to tackle it in the same circumstances which are existing. So let us come up with some plan. And for that, I will say that 3 or 4 or 5 people sit together, especially from the institute, from Minal and other people are working there. So who are directly concerned with education, they sit together and invite some other people to come up with a plan and let it be published in a newspaper. I will see to it that get published in the Hindustan Times or the Times of India as an article, and then we'll send it to the PMO. Now everything goes to PMO, and I have found that PMO reply comes from there. Even if people think that nothing comes, it does come. Anything you put up in a PMO, there is always a reply and there is an action. And this is what I have found it. So we will do it, because we cannot do at the level, भाई हमें करना है, ये करना है, हम करना है, करते 30 साल हो गए, हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं, पर कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. तो कुछ करने के लिए हमको आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा. एक सॉलिड कोई डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना पड़ेगा, 20-25 पेज का एक डॉक्यूमेंट बनाना पड़ेगा, जिसके ऊपर हम प्रोग्राम लिखेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे, ऐसे करेंगे, इनको कॉन्टैक्ट करेंगे, उनको कॉन्टैक्ट करेंगे, इतने लोगों के साथ हम वो करेंगे, एंड देन विल गो अहेड विद इट. We give you methodology, how will you go ahead, and so let there will be committee. I say Minal is the head geology, and she can organize this thing, and she knows people all over the country. Everybody knows her, and she knows everybody. So naturally, she can manage to get things done. So this is what my suggestion. And finally, I say that I thank you very much, all of you, for coming here, and also all those people who are on online. I thank you. Thanks for them. And I invite you for the lunch, because we are now feeling hungry. Thank you.
Thanks to Banerjee sir, because of whom we got this INSA building. Thanks to Harsh Gupta ji, who funded this program. And last words is that we have a secretary with us. I am sure sir is very positive. If we can strengthen his hand by resolution or society giving request to him, I'm sure that the issues raised will be taken care by sir. Sir, if you would like to just say closing remark, you or Harsh Gupta sir. That I would like to add something. Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I think many of the things I also learned. And of course, what I take home message is, of course, number one is in the early stage, we are not able to inculcate the school children about earth system science, which we can think of. I will also personally, I will talk to
Secretary Education, and we can think of what we can do. That is number one. And second thing is regarding the communication. How do we communicate earth science information to the school children and other things? What are the ways and means, whether it is various kinds of things? Basically, we have to involve the students in this importance of earth system for the not only for the earth as a conservation as well as sustainability and other things. We need to inculcate that character from the beginning. And for that, maybe I'm thinking maybe some of the we have any new ideas or anything. If you are making it, suppose maybe you can tell the school children or anybody in your place, is there any uniqueness is there in the earth system, any earth, maybe some of the unique features are there. You make a documentary or maybe video in mobile, you make a video and send it to maybe some place, maybe GSI or anybody or some coordinator, and say maybe we can have some awarding or something, so that we can popularize more and more people to make awareness about our own Mother Earth. That's what another thing we can think of it. So that various things which you can bring out, but we can facilitate that type of things, maybe in terms of some money and other things. But the ideas and other things have to come for the inculcating this information to the young minds. That's from all of us work together for that.
Well, I think what Dr. Ravichandran has said is extremely important. Somewhere almost 18 or 19 years ago, the Department of Ocean Development brought out a booklet, A Story of the Oceans, that is available in 14 different languages. And it was very popular, and through the support of the Department of Ocean Development, it was distributed free of cost. And also we had a program where a teacher would go to a school after mutual understanding, will teach for 1 or 2 hours and distribute the book, which is in the language which is local there. So that program, so I think some such programs, if we can think, and also Rukmani did a beautiful job of Rupni, not Rukmani, Rupni. Okay. So I was very impressed the way you summarize everything, listening for the first time to also the diverse thing. So I think they are very capable people, this lady, whatever her name is, the way she pushed up. All of you have put excellent ideas. So what Banerjee Sahab has suggested, that 4 or 5 of you should sit with Rupani madam on both a meal and to debate and put down a document and take it to sir and then see what happens. But thank you very much for this very useful thing, and grateful from the Geological Society of India for hosting this meeting in INSA, and to many thanks to Dr. Ravichandran for spending 3-4 hours with us. Really very grateful. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Got it.